Okay. Yes. I'm sorry.
But no, you're fine.
Oh, perfect. Yes,
Okay.
because we got backed up just in case.
Okay, so
So-
I got a 5, I got a 3, and then a 1 in pink. Because I think that's what we did last time. So let's see pink and now it's time to start painting. And where do you?
They say he likes a good time.
Yeah.
He comes alive at midnight. My mama doesn't trust him. He's only here for one thing, but a little bit older. A black leather jacket, a bad reputation. Insatiable habits. He was on to me once and couldn't breathe. He said he would kiss me. A good time. He comes alive at midnight. My mama doesn't trust him. He's only here for one thing, but
look, I'm the type to make a turn on the daddy. The baby, make her forget what she learned from her dad. I don't be tripping on the shorty, I let her do whatever she please. I don't be kissing on the shorty, she don't be kissing on me. She came with you to live with me, I went up a point, let's call it even. Don't like the car, she ain't gonna end up buying her new things. That girl know what she wants, she make me take it off if she see me. She say I make her wet whenever my face pop up on TV. I had to say no disrespect, gotta do it safe, but you can keep it. Pop star, I'm fresh up out the trap and I'm gonna keep it. She know I'm gonna call away, she drop a pin and I come meet her. Stand next to me, you gon' end up catching a fever. I'm hot.
The program will begin in 2 minutes. Please take your seats.
trust him. He's only here for one thing, but
I don't wanna make assumptions, but I can tell you up to something. She wanna see me clean, no quarantine. I'm only here for one thing. Probably should've given her a warning. We party her to the next morning. We living in the hills, see the sun beam. I found out what it is, she love me. We need a song street like zombies. We still on our feet, can't touch these. You know it's going down, we above speed. No good, me.
they say he likes a good time.
ACE mentor program. Please welcome to the stage ACE Mentor Program of San Antonio Board Chair Mary Stewart.
Good evening. Good evening. It is with great pleasure and excitement that I welcome you to the 20th ACE Mentor Program San Antonio student presentations. Today, we gather to celebrate the hard work and dedication of our talented students who have spent countless hours over the past several months crafting, developing, and perfecting their final projects. As you may know, the ACE Mentor Program is a unique and 100% volunteer program that provides high school students with hands-on experience and exposure to architecture, construction, and engineering industries. Through this program, our students have had the opportunity to learn from industry professionals, develop essential skills, and gain invaluable insight into these dynamic fields. With a mission to excite, engage, and educate students in pursuit of careers in architecture, engineering, and construction, our work is led by mentors driven by students. Through generous support, the ACE Mentor Program has helped hundreds of local students from diverse backgrounds reaching new heights and discover new career pathways to a bigger, brighter future. Our program is presented across 14 schools with 178 students and 72 mentors in this program year, which is a testament to the program's commitment to serving the community and fostering the growth of the next generation of professionals in the AEC industry. The success of ACE Mentor Program of San Antonio would not be possible without the hard work and dedication of our mentors, teachers, and school champions. These individuals volunteer their time and expertise to help guide and inspire our students, and we are incredibly grateful for their contributions. Our mentors bring a wealth of knowledge and experience to the program and play a crucial role in helping students understand the intricacies of architecture, construction, and engineering disciplines. They invest countless hours in providing guidance and support to our students, and their passion for their work is truly inspiring. Our teachers and school champions also play an essential role in the program's success by providing valuable support and resources to our students. They help to ensure our students have the tools and guidance they need to succeed, and their dedication to the program is truly commendable. We want to take a moment to express our deepest appreciation to our mentors, teachers, and school champions for the unwavering commitment to the ACE Mentor Program of San Antonio. Your efforts have helped to make a significant impact on the lives of our students, and we are grateful for everything you do. Round of applause to our mentors, teachers, and school champions. The program's reach across multiple schools indicates it has a significant impact on the community, providing opportunities for students who may not have had access to these fields otherwise. With such a broad reach, the program has its potential to create a lasting impact by inspiring and encouraging students to pursue careers in our industry. Here's a quick challenge of school spirit. As I say your school name, let's hear your cheers for support. Reagan High School. Kip. Anne Frank. CCA Warren. Stevens. Holmes. John Jay. Kestem. Highlands. East Central. Sam Houston. School of Science and Technology, SST. Roosevelt. I do know that some of our schools are running late, and unfortunately, there is one school that couldn't come tonight, Hill Country College Prep. So if we can just get a round of applause for their participation. As a sponsor-dependent program, the ACE Mentor Program of Greater San Antonio relies on the contributions of its sponsors to provide students with valuable learning experience, like tonight's presentation, the upcoming awards banquet, the ACE Construction Site Day, externship opportunities, and of course, the scholarships. The program sponsor plays a critical role in helping to shape the future of these industries by investing in the education and development of our next generation of workforce. We would like to take a moment to express our sincere gratitude to our program sponsors for their support. Your contributions have allowed us to continue to provide our students with meaningful experiences and have helped to make a positive impact on their lives and future careers. A round of applause for our sponsors. We would like to take a moment to express our sincere gratitude to tonight's program sponsors for their support. Your contributions have allowed us to continue to provide our students with meaningful experiences and help to bring this event to life tonight. Round of applause for Terracon and HVJ. Our program is fortunate to have a dedicated and passionate board of directors that play a critical role in guiding the program's direction and success. The board's leadership and expertise help to ensure that the program operates effectively and efficiently, allowing students to receive the best possible experience. The directors is composed of individuals who are committed to the program's mission and values and who bring a wide range of knowledge and experience to the table. Their contributions are invaluable in driving the program forward and ensuring that it continues to have a positive impact on our lives as students in the community. I want to take a moment to recognize and thank our board of directors for their hard work and dedication to the program. Their leadership and guidance are essential to the program's success, and we are incredibly grateful for everything they do. Thank you to our board of directors for your commitment and support of the program. We are fortunate to have such talented and dedicated group of individuals guiding the way forward. Round of applause for our board of directors. Now, it is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Eric Bray. Dr. Eric Bray is Dean of the Calisto College of Engineering and Integrated Design at the University of Texas of San Antonio. The college is home to over 4,400 students, 150 full-time staff facility, and $36 million in annual research expenditures with degree programs across engineering, architecture, interior design, urban and regional planning, and construction. Eric also serves as Edward Whitaker Jr. Endowed Chair, and David and Jennifer Spencer Distinguished Chair of Engineering. Professor Bray's research has resulted in over 150 peer-reviewed publications, 15 book chapters, and in excess of $20 million in external funding. With over 25 years of experience, Dr. Bray has demonstrated a continued commitment to research excellence, addressing critical issues facing Texas, the nation, and the world, investment in success and advancement of the students and faculty, and education as a critical tool for increasing social mobility. If I could have you come up here.
All right, thank you very much. So it's really a pleasure to welcome you all here. So I'm the Dean of the Clessie College of Engineering and Integrated Design, which is a lot to say, but it's a college that's home to engineering, architecture, and construction, all in a single college. So I can't think of a better place for the ACE program to be than at UT San Antonio with the Clessie College. And the introduction is very long. Academics like really long introductions, but I think the most important thing to me is what we do as a college is train students and alumni who are going to go out and have meaningful careers that have an impact on our communities, that they can have careers where they can support their families and also give back to communities. And I hope one of the things you've learned through this program is how in the fields of architecture, construction, and engineering, you have this opportunity to make a huge impact on San Antonio, South Texas, and Texas. It's a great time to be in these fields. I often sit in traffic and in construction and trying to figure out which exit to get off at because of all the things happening. But often I think what that means is there's more jobs for our students graduating from construction and engineering. And when I look at what's happening downtown with so much of the growth of downtown, I think of the jobs for our architects and construction, science majors and engineers. So whether you go into the trades like my father and my grandfather or end up getting a college degree, you can have an incredible career and be an important part of what's happening in our cities and communities in these fields. I hope they met the mission of exciting you about what you can do in the future in these careers, and I'm glad that we can host you here as part of this. I will say that it's interesting to see the sponsors, and the sponsors are ones that also sponsor a lot of our programs. They're really committed companies in San Antonio that are committed to our communities and to the future engineers and construction and architects. So we're really fortunate, all of us, to have these companies in our community. And more importantly, we're fortunate to have the mentors and volunteers who have taken time out of their day, right? The companies donate resources, which is important, but the amount of time that people give back to support you and mentor you is incredible, and we really appreciate that time. So most of all, I just want to say congratulations. My understanding is this is not a competition, but deep down inside, we all know it's a competition. So I wish you the best in this not competition, and I hope you've learned a lot and gained a lot out of this experience. So congratulations and thank you.
Okay. Well, my name is Mike Frisbee. I'm part of the ACE Mentor Board, and I'm going to be your MC tonight. I'm going to keep it moving pretty fast tonight because we have 13 high schools, 10-minute presentations per high school, 5-minute Q&A by our illustrious panel here that I'm going to introduce shortly. But you may be thinking, 5 months of work for these students and their mentors and their school champions, 5 months of work culminates in a 10-minute presentation. Hey, welcome to real life. That's real life. In real life, they're going to be working on projects. They're going to be selling them to clients and so forth. And it's got to be tight, got to be succinct. So this is going to be good. So yes, student presentations, 10 minutes, and then 5 minutes Q&A from the panelists. We'll take a break about halfway through the different schools. I want to introduce our panelists here, starting with Sarah Flores. Sarah, give Sarah a round of applause. So we have good representation from local architects, construction managers, and engineers. So Sarah is a studio director, principal at LPA Design Studios. Sarah's an architect and interior designer who also serves as LPA San Antonio studio director. So she runs the office here in San Antonio. She's a graduate of Texas Tech University. Guns up, anybody? Guns up? Yeah, we got a few. And she's responsible for the operation and regional studio, mentorship of an amazing team of architects, interior designers, and landscape architects, and the consistent quality results that the team provides. She also engaged with the East Central High School ACE team. Where's East Central? There we go, over here. For 3 years and thoroughly enjoyed working with the students and their high school CTE design, their Southside Lions Park Rec Center design, and their Oakwell Trail Library design. So thank you, Sarah. And we've got Randy Hood, the Chief Operating Officer from Easy Bell. Let's give it up for Randy. Easy Bell Construction. Randy brings over 2 decades of experience in heavy civil construction with an exceptional track record in leadership, operations, and project delivery. As Chief Operating Officer of Easy Bell Construction, Randy has provided executive level oversight for major infrastructure projects delivered for the City of San Antonio, SAWS, CPS, TxDOT, and many other agencies as well. With over 12 years with Easy Bell, Randy has led teams through complex urban improvements involving drainage, utilities, roadway projects, reconstruction, and public safety enhancement. His depth of knowledge in both field and executive operations makes him a valuable leader in ensuring quality, schedule adherence, stakeholder communication, and regulatory compliance. And we've got David Beth. Let's give it up for David Beth. David is with the horizontal division of the Capital Delivery Department with the City of San Antonio. He's been working in the private and public sector for over 40 years, performing civil engineering and project management for private development, municipal, city, state, federal funded projects. David's a graduate of Texas A&M University. There we go. With a bachelor's degree in civil engineering. He's also a member of the Infrastructure Council for the North San Antonio Chamber of Commerce. Currently he's serving as Assistant City Engineer of the City of San Antonio's Capital Delivery Department, and he oversees the Project Management Division as in charge of the design and construction of over $700 million of street, pedestrian, bike, and drainage projects. During his 16-year tenure with the city, he's overseen $3.2 billion worth of infrastructure work. So thank you, David, for your leadership. And we've got John McIlvain here. John, give it up for John. So far we've got construction managers, architects. John's another construction manager, project executive with Sunt Construction. He's a project executive with Sunt with over 20 years of experience in the construction industry, specializing in pre-construction and design management for complex projects. Since joining Sunt in 2010, he has primarily focused on the design, build, and construction manager at risk delivery with extensive experience in alternate delivery methods. In 2016, John was recognized for one of the Engineering News Record's top 20 under 40 construction professionals in the Texas-Louisiana region. Congratulations, John. All right, next we got Mike Shannon over here. Give it up for Mike Shannon. Mike is the director of the Capital Delivery Department with the City of San Antonio. Mike was appointed director in August of 2025. He's worked with the city for 23 years, most recently the Director of Development Services since 2017. He also served as the interim director for the Animal Care Services Department. Animal care, said it's like herding cats. You know, Mr. Shannon oversees 188 employees with a budget of approximately $250 million in capital projects and capital management services for this fiscal year alone. The CMS fund supports 4 divisions that manage the City of San Antonio's capital improvement program through the following phases: planning, design, construction, architectural, and engineering services. So a full service department. Mike, thanks for being here. And last but not least, we have Thomas Watson, mechanical engineer from Cleary Zimmerman. Let's give it up for Thomas. Energetic and diligent, we'll see about that, Tom. Thomas is a professional engineer, leads Cleary Zimmerman's building, MEP, mechanical, electrical, plumbing division, and is a tremendous asset for any team due to his thorough understanding and skilled practice of both major aspects of mechanical design, HVAC and plumbing. He has designed complex mechanical systems for a variety of sectors, including education, research laboratories, industry, and healthcare. Thomas also designed specialty fire sprinkler, medical gas, fuel gas, and industrial process water systems, as well as traditional domestic water, wastewater, and vent systems. So you can see we've got 6 great panelists to give a little Q&A with the students. So we're ready to go. Students, take a deep breath. You ready for this? So 10-minute presentations. Let's start with SST. Come on up. Let's give it up for SST.
Hello, everyone. We're SST San Antonio, and today we'll be presenting our Fire Station 1233 project. This is Leo, this is Isabella, Yusuf, and I'm Liam. So right here, we have our architectural draft. We plan to have 1 floor in our fire station due to the wide amount of space that we have in the land. And due to this wide amount of space, we're hoping to combine fire stations 12 and 33 and hope to have 25 to 30 people within the building. By having this many people, we hope to have an estimate of 15 to 25 million people within the building. Our requirements and wants. Our first want that we want is an assembly room / classroom. By having an assembly room, we'd be able to provide field trip opportunities and provide school or career opportunities for anybody interested in the firefighting career. Next, we have Charles the dog, which is my personal favorite. By having Charles the dog, we'd be able to create a stable and homey environment for our firefighters and boost morale. Next, we have our nice and comfortable interior. By having comfortable interior, we'd be able to give our firefighters a homey and modern feeling that they need, better increasing workplace efficiency. Next, we have Leo with our floor plan.
All right, so taking a look at our floor plan, as you can see, we have this. Well, first off,
This is our fire station, taking a look at it. East of the site, you can see where the lobby would be, as well as the classroom and offices nearby. Central is where the gym, the living room, and the rest of the dorms are located as well. And at the further side over here, we have the apparatus bay, which holds 4 fire trucks and 1 EMS vehicle. Now, taking you into our MEP systems, specifically taking a look at our HVAC. So the HVAC system is what controls temperature and air conditioning. So for the apparatus bay and the living areas, we need special air conditioning because if we take a look at the apparatus bay, we have fire trucks there, which emit carbon monoxide. So to ventilate that, we need to take that out of the building and input new fresh air. Furthermore, for the dorms, we also need cool temperatures so that the firefighters can get good sleep, because we all know we need sleep to perform well. So re-emphasizing how important exhaust is, it will not only take effect in the apparatus bay, but throughout all of the building itself, as we will see on our next slide. Oh, and to mention, we will have 7 rooftop units, RTUs, which will control the temperature and the ventilation throughout the entire building. So, as previously mentioned, here is the ventilation for the rest of the rooms. Within the kitchens and within the restrooms, we need ventilation for either smoke or other instances of carbon emissions so that our firefighters can be breathing clear quality air. And what better place to have fire protection than a fire station? In the case of fire or smoke, we have sensors there to alert everyone in the building. Now, my partner Isabella will be moving us forward.
The electrical design of our building will contain LED lighting, a fire alarm system, as well as electrical systems to power everything we have in our building. We have proposed to have a 3-phase system in order to incorporate our electrical and our HVAC system, as well as providing emergency systems to our building in case of any emergencies. This is our overall MEP site plan. As you can see here, we have our existing utility poles that are already on the site, as well as our proposed water and gas lines, each of which are leading towards the direction of our mechanical room. For our future readiness, we are going to incorporate a high reliability fire alarm that is compliant with the NFPA 72. And not to mention, this will further enhance safety and operational readiness for our firefighters. For our plumbing, we are going to have low flow, low pressure domestic water systems, especially for utilities like restrooms and showers and sinks. For our sanitary components, we are going to have floor drains in our restrooms and janitor's closet. And for our venting, we're going to have vents for all of our fixtures and our drains. For our gas components, we are going to have a gas meter on the exterior of our building, and the gas from the gas meter will be routed all the way to our emergency generator. We also have a fire riser room that will have a backflow preventer along with a wet pipe alarm check valve and connection to the fire department. For our sustainability and resilience approach, we are going to have rainwater harvesting, as well as resilient features such as a storm shelter and a 72-hour fuel storage. And now is Yusuf talking about our construction.
Thank you. So to begin cost analysis, we began with preliminary online research of costs of individual items. This is just sort of a summary of what we discovered. For more formal cost analysis, we began with researching the cost, We used data from previous fire station construction projects, and with the help of our mentors, we were able to develop 33 line items of costs per item or cost per square foot. And then before soft costs, our total was around 10.5 million, and after soft costs, so adding on architecture fees and design fees, we summed up to a total of 12.5 million. And this is within our project scope, since our project budget goal was around $15 million. For our timeline, we used the Gantt chart maker and Google Sheets, and we used all 33 line items from the previous cost analysis to develop a full schedule. Our expected construction date is June 1st, 2026, and our finished estimated completion date is February 4th, 2027, totaling about 248 days with as many weekends off as possible. So what we learned, this project strengthened our skills in communication and taught us valuable skills in architecture, construction, and engineering. Some challenges we went through was finding that we had a lack of members at the end of first semester. So we had to begin recruiting at the beginning of second semester. And the learning gap that we had to overcome helped us grow and persevere as a team. These are some photos of our year. Next, we would also like to say a special thank you to the ACE Mentorship Program, our campus and teachers, as well as a very special thank you to our mentors, who we really couldn't have done anything without. Thank you, and any questions to the panel?
All right. Good job. Great job, SST, keeping within the 10 minutes. Great job. All right, let's turn it over to our panelists. Who wants to go first? Thomas.
All right, I'll go ahead and lead because this was very MEP focused, which I really like. So first question for you is, you spoke to energy efficiency, LED lighting, rainwater collection. Do you think it would be feasible to have solar collection, photovoltaic on a building like this?
Sorry, can you repeat the question, please?
Would it be feasible for a project like this to utilize photovoltaic solar panels for energy generation?
Yes, because especially for our fire station here in San Antonio, we do get a lot of sun, so solar power would be very efficient for us to use.
I'd like to also add on top of that, our apparatus bay really helps us out because it has a large roof area, and we could fit a lot of solar panels on there.
Okay, good. Good question, Thomas. Others? John?
Yeah.
Yep.
The answers.
Go ahead. Try that, John.
Yeah. Excellent presentation. It's not easy to go first, so I commend you on that. I did have a question on your costs on your budget. So I noticed you had your direct costs, you had your hard costs for construction, then you had your soft costs and design and general conditions. How did you factor in escalation? We're in a very busy market. I know it's starting in June of 2026, but how did you factor in market conditions and escalation into that?
So for our project,
it's on.
Our project last year, we actually did factor in escalation because we used a book, RS Means book from 2013, but our data provided from our mentor was actually from only a couple months ago, so we didn't really have to calculate any rise in inflation.
Okay, good. What do you think of that schedule? Start in June and be done by February.
Pretty aggressive, yeah.
Doable? You think it's doable?
Doable, yeah.
Assuming it's permitted, Mike Shannon? Any other question, Mike? Or Sarah?
All right, I think you can hear me now. Yeah, I just want to say great presentation, and I'll go back. I just have one question. Can you talk a little bit about what made you select the smoke removal system for this project? I think you have a one-story building, but one of the slides said you're proposing a smoke removal. Is that right? Can you just talk about what went into that decision?
So for our apparatus bay, where all of our fire trucks are going to be, we decided that obviously we're going to need somewhere to take in all of the fumes and the exhaust. So we wanted to implement vents to help take out any unnecessary fumes.
All right. Well, Mike happens to be an expert in fire suppression systems and so professional engineer in it. So good question. Hey, let's give it up for SST. Great job, you guys. Great job. Great job. Yeah. Okay, next up, we've got Sam Houston High School. Sam Houston, come on up.
We didn't say anything about these.
You can see these are very technical presentations, very technical process that these students have been involved in for the last 5 months.
tell you.
And ACE is open for most schools, it's open for freshmen through seniors. Some schools, there's too many students who want to be part of it, so it's limited to juniors and seniors. But they learn a ton through the ACE program, and it really gets them ready for college. So let's turn it over to Sam Houston High School.
Good afternoon to our peers, mentors, and judges. My name is Tiffany.
My name is Owen. I'm in the 12th grade, and we are from Sam Houston.
My name is D'Angelo. I'm in the 10th grade, also from Sam Houston. And the title of our presentation is Frontera on Lower Senior Center. And we called it Frontera because it's a Greek word for meaning to care of. Our site selection was Copernicus Park with a 30,000 square feet, and the location was on 4911 Lord Road, and the budget was about 11 million. And our project scope was a senior center renovation and affordable senior housing. We chose it as it was close by to fire departments and even close nearby buses and food places that you can go to. For the site plan sketches, we have the senior housing, the senior center, and an overview of Copernicus Park. On the site plan, we have the affordable senior housing, the senior center, with the parking separating the affordable senior housing nearby the apartments. And we put it a little above, as we don't want it to be nearby the community center and have it be too loud. And we kept it away from the baseball field. For park enhancements, we like curved pathways. It's not just a straight walk. And we'd like to have gazebos for shade when it be a sunny day. Exterior enhancements, we have clay bricks, which are good for natural, non-toxic nature of it. Glass windows reduces heat and allows good lighting. The high-end LVT, as is a durable, water resistance, comfortable, and low maintenance flooring. We use ACM panels for high weather tolerance and improved thermal insulation. In the senior community center, we have an entertainment room, which has even crossword puzzles to billiards and clay modeling. We chose billiards because it's not only going to be younger people, but also older people. And we have bean bags and recliner chairs for comfortable seating and a projector for if they ever want to have a movie going on. In the senior community center, we have a fitness area to improve healthy habits, a therapy room to make sure if seniors doesn't have any people to talk to, they can always talk to someone else, a daycare area for the children that'll also be there, and a cafe for buying snacks and visitors for coming, a library for promoting reading, and also if they ever need to research anything, and a pharmacy for at place where they can always have medicine on them.
For our park enhancements, it will include plenty of open grass space. We will add bench swings for the enjoyment of our seniors, more gazebos for shade, and gardening elements to add character to the park. We will use cedar wood for all outdoor furnitures due to its natural resistance to rot, decay, and insects. We will add curved pathways so our seniors can explore the park better and enjoy their walks more instead of endlessly walking in a straight line. Our senior housing components will include a lobby or reception, an apartment-style housing, cafeteria and kitchen, a mechanical and laundry room, a public restroom, and a hangout activities room, which is more of a lounging area for seniors and visitors. Our senior housing, we will use an apartment style layout that will measure 16 by 20 and can house 1 to 2 people. It will have a living area, dining area, fully equipped kitchenette, queen size bed and closet, a small bathroom with walk-in shower, and an emergency call button to provide the seniors with any assistance that they may need, whether it's transportation, bathroom emergencies, or cleaning assistance. So this is our concept design for senior housing, kitchen, and cafeteria. We will use a zone style layout since it's best for separating the kitchen into prep stations, cooking stations, washing stations, and storage areas. The cafeteria will provide daily self-serve and non-self-serve breakfast, lunch, and dinner. The estimated cost will be $100,000. And the renders that you see here and on the last slide was done by our team member on a Roblox game. She used AI to render the pictures to appeal to the audience's imagination. This is a rough sketch of when we first planned the senior housing kitchen and cafeteria. The yellow arrows that you see there will be how our seniors can get from the lobby to the service area, and behind the service area is our kitchen. On the bottom part will be our storage unit. I would like to add that our team members personally asked our vice principal to arrange a tour of our school cafeteria's kitchen, which is how we came up with this layout and is how we came up with its components.
For this project, we concluded with a budget of around $11 million, and it should take around 15 months as tasks on both buildings and renovations on the park should run simultaneously. This center would benefit seniors as it will help reduce loneliness and depression through social interactions. It would give them access to exercise, nutritional meals, and medical care, and it would be a convenient and safe space for them. We also recognize some potential downsides that could occur in the facility, such as increased traffic, as it's located in a residential area, and it would create a homogeneous age-specific environment. It may not appeal to all ages. And finally, it might turn into a high-density area, which would lead us to have to implement strict rules regarding noise, visitor policies, and operating hours. While working on this project, we faced some issues when it comes to communication and budgeting. As a team, we had a hard time agreeing on what would benefit the seniors most and what we wanted to be implemented in the project. We wanted to add what we thought would be good for them, but due to the budget restrictions, we chose to focus on what elements would be necessary for the seniors and what would really benefit them. We would like to thank our sponsors, Ms. Elizabeth Hurd, Mr. Billy Goldberg, and Mr. Kendrick Wright, for not only supervising us and mentoring us, but also giving us the confidence to be here today. And also, thank you to our teachers and our team.
We are happy to address any questions to the best of our ability. Thank you.
I'm going to borrow this for a moment here because I think mine went out. Great job, Sam Houston High School. Ready to go. And let's turn it over to our panel. Sarah, you want to go first?
I do. I have a question about accessibility. So you talked really great a conversation you had around how you're trying to meet the needs of these seniors. But I was just curious, did you explore their needs as far as accessibility, if they were in a wheelchair or if they were on crutches? How did y'all address that in your design?
So the way that we did it is we ensured that we were going to use a first one-story floor design, and we made sure that there would be no steps in our design in any of the buildings.
Okay, other questions?
Okay. One thing we always look at as engineers is when you're doing site development like this is where the utilities, how can you get the utilities to serve the new buildings that you're building? And also the soil conditions for the foundation design. So that's just something else that you need to look at as well when you're developing a project like this. But really good job. I think it was very thorough. And, one thing we see a lot at the city is everybody's asking for pickleball courts at these senior centers. So maybe think about that as well.
Hey, one more question?
Yeah. So one thing I really liked that y'all did was you said you went and got a tour of your school's kitchen. That was very thoughtful of your group to do because that gives you a real sense of how a kitchen operates, and it's probably very similar to this environment. So that was really smart. And I would encourage anybody that's doing a building like this that has a user group to do things like that. How did you go about you specifically focused in on the budget around the kitchen and the cafeteria of $100,000. Could you tell us a little bit about how you developed that number?
So when we took a tour of the kitchen, we did list out the equipments that they have to be used in our kitchen design and with the layouts and all that. But mainly it was hard because of the brands that our school cafeteria's kitchen used. But we came up with the $100,000 based on our research on what's good for our budget and our site.
Okay, thank you.
All right, let's give it up for Sam Houston. All right, next up we have East Central High School. So come on up, East Central. You can see the confidence level that these students are having as they present, and it's amazing because when they get to college, if they choose to go to college, they're going to be head and shoulders above their peers as they go. So let's turn it over to East Central. Go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Caden. I'm a part of the East Central High School, and my group and I will be presenting the Nest Cafe located on UTSA's main campus. So for project objective, we actually decided we based it more off of research and the site that we chose. So we chose the site, the Tom Frost Plaza, located on UTSA's main campus. And when we did research on the site, we actually found that the site was supposed to be a park-like green space for student recreation and gathering. When we did our site analysis and actually visited the site, we found it to be more of almost like a prairie, a green space with only benches and benches to accommodate for that student recreation aspect. So we actually decided to take the original goal of Tom Frost Plaza and actually use it for our goal, which is a student art cafe with an emphasis on study space, greenery, and comfort. For the site plan, this is the Tom Frost Plaza that I was speaking of earlier. We decided to center our cafe in the center as the elevation is the most even at this point, which would mean that the foundation would be the most efficient, along with collecting runoff water and rainwater would be the most efficient at this point. We decided to have a fork off in the road from an existing road that would provide access to both the parking lot for employees, students, and customers, along with, to the left of the cafe, a concrete patio designed for trucks to come in and deliver supplies for the cafe, along with access to the trash and other amenities that need to be accessed. On the top left, we see this beautiful natural walkway with these green coves and courtyards throughout that we're going to discuss later on in the design process. But both that and to the right of the cafe, we have access points to already existing walkways just to allow for availability within to be able to access the cafe from the main campus. A mood board, we relied heavily on the mood board in the design process, both for inspiration and ideas throughout the cafe. Throughout our research, we found that the UTSA campus was designed in the 70s, and they were heavily inspired by both Spanish architecture and Mediterranean architecture, which is evidenced in a lot of the roofings. You see a lot of those kind of burnt orange roofings throughout the campus, along with some other amenities that they have on campus. And so we wanted to take that a step further and actually see what we could do with that and traditionalize our design a little bit more. So we really wanted to emphasize the greenery in this project, along that you see with the green walls and plants inside and outside, along with the natural lighting aspect that come from windows, especially emphasizing some balcony aspects and natural lighting. And we really wanted to hone in on that warmth in order to give that feeling of comfort and a community within this cafe.
Hi, I'm Belle. I'm part of the architecture side of the Nescafe project. For the materials, we wanted to use materials to bring in the Mediterranean in architecture by using materials such as terracotta roofing, tiles, limestone, and stucco. In addition, we wanted to use earthy tones by using artificial plants and green accents. As well, we wanted to use materials to help with live music such as acoustic sounds and for displaying art without damaging the walls. These are a few hand drawings done by me for the exterior. The elevations to the right show the main and back entrance, and the three perspectives shown to the left depict the green wall and employee door, upper outdoor seating, and back entrance. There are 2 seatings available on the first and second floor. The outdoor seating faces the south for optimal lighting during mornings and evenings. As well, the main entrance faces the south to be facing directly towards the main road to have the best side facing.
Hello, my name is Rebecca, and I also worked on the architectural side of this project. So before creating and designing any specific room, we wanted to start off with the floor plan. So downstairs, we started with a very open concept where people could connect with one another, could talk, could eat their food, and could even listen to the live music by the stage. We also included a back area for the back of the house and all of the employees that was separate and more closed off. And then we moved on to the second floor. And on the second floor, we had multiple areas where people could just relax and study without feeling too aware and alone. And then I went on to draw the interior and what it would actually look like. So the first drawing you see is the main entrance. And the focal point I wanted to focus on was really the counter where people can get coffees, teas, and even little pastries. And then you turn your head to the right and you see the seating area, which is where everyone can sit and relax and listen to the live music. And there is also seating along the green wall with the fake plants, so to really liven it up. And then you go upstairs. And upstairs you find those cozy corners and where people can relax and just hang out without feeling too social. And then finally, the last perspective was of what a person would actually see within one of those cozy coves and looking out at the closed off study areas. And this building, we created it and we wanted to make it also connect to the other existing buildings. So to do this, we used creeping time walkways that were surrounded by native plants to really bring life to the area and encourage people to come and explore the new building. And we also made this building sustainable. So 3 things we did to make this building sustainable were using recycled rainwater and mist watering systems. So every time it would rain, we would collect the water and then mist it over the building so it wouldn't degrade as fast. And we also used reclaimed wood so that once a wood was used in another building, it did not have to go to waste. And finally, we decided on doing native plants so that they could not only survive in the harsh climate of Texas, but also thrive.
I'm Eric. I contributed to the engineering side of this project. Here we have a structural grid layout of where we would put our beams. As a group, we decided that no distance between beams would be larger than 40 feet. And we decided to use structural steel beams because they're cost effective and they're strong enough to support the weight of our building. We also spoke about the slab on grade foundation because there's rocky soil here. And we used these codes that were given us by our mentors to be able to achieve this. And with their measurements, we worked with our mentors so we can find where we would put our beams, as well as with the architecture side of things. They gave us a floor plan and we saw where we could put beams and where we couldn't.
Hello, my name is Ezra, and I worked on the construction side of the project. One of the first things that we focused on was the process of scheduling. At the beginning, our mentors wanted to teach us how to properly create a schedule and manage time effectively. They gave us a floor plan from one of their previous projects along with a list of tasks. Our job was to estimate how long each task would take and determine the correct order to complete them. After we created our schedules, our mentors reviewed them with us and helped us and gave us helpful feedback. They explained why some tasks would require more or less time than we expected. And they also showed us how certain tasks could be done on the same days. This helped us understand how to shorten the overall project timeline and work more efficiently. Another important part of our work was creating a conceptual construction cost estimate. Our estimate was based on historical data provided by our mentors, as well as the materials quantities given to us by the architecture group. Most of our materials were calculated either by cost per square foot or individually counting specific items. Our total conceptual cost estimate is $6.9 million. In the end, this project taught us several important lessons. We learned the value of multiple perspectives, especially when working with different teams. We learned how to compromise in order to reach our best overall outcome, and we learned the accountability, making sure we all take responsibility for our work and contribute to the success of our group. A quote that really reflects this experience is from Amy Poehler. Find a group of people who challenge and inspire you, spend a lot of time with them, and it'll change your life.
All right. Good job, East Central. One thing that's not easy with 5 presenters is staying within 10 minutes, but you made it, so that's great. All right, let's go. I know, Randy, we haven't had a chance to hear from you yet. Any questions from you? Others on the panel?
Well, thank you all very much for your vision and thoughtfulness on this project. I really could see y'all painting the picture, Rebecca, early at the beginning, and I could see the vision, the cozy cove, and looking through all those hand drawings. That was fantastic. Can you tell me a little bit more? I think, Ezra, you were speaking to the schedule a little bit. What do you think is your overall time duration for a project such as this?
Unfortunately, for this project, we didn't get to go too into depth with the schedule. I think our estimated, we worked with our mentors, was about 11 months.
Thank you.
How's that sound, Randy? Doable?
Doable.
Doable. Doable for Easy Bell Construction.
If we can get the permitting process taken.
Yeah. Mike, got a question?
Yeah, I just want to say that was a great job. And so the one question I had is more, when you talked about the structural system that you chose, structural steel, and the cost, did you actually go through an exercise of costing out other materials, whether wood framing or anything, to determine which would be more cost effective? And then secondly, I'll just follow up. Did you guys think about the longevity of the building as well? Many times we may choose structural steel because it may last, the life of the building maybe last longer. So did any of that come into play, kind of comparing the structural elements?
Yes, sir. We spoke about different like different like supports that we would use, and the size of the building wouldn't call for like massive foundation pillars like of concrete, but we didn't go into depth with like the sustainability of like the longevity of it.
Other questions, Thomas?
Yeah, I was going to say, excellent presentation. It was very well thought out. A lot of detail went in there, I see. I do have a question, and I think I saw it right early on in one of the site plans. I think I saw a spot for food trucks potentially. So being in the middle of campus, is there any consideration for sound or odors? Maybe not even with food trucks, with just the building itself. Any thought to that?
We actually didn't include a food truck, but we did add an area for trucks that would give us food and supplies to park
Okay.
in the back and more delivery.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay, good. Sarah, anything from an architectural standpoint?
I thought y'all did a fantastic job. On your closing slides, you talked about how compromise and accountability were so important. And I feel like there's a story there that y'all need to tell us. So what did you learn?
So when we were first designing the floor plan, all of us would come into the class and we all had completely different ideas on how we wanted everything to be styled. We were going to do this grand staircase and this like glass elevator, and then we realized those were very expensive and they took up a lot of room. So we settled on a bunch of like cozy stuff and a little library in between our stairs.
Sound familiar, Sarah? Yeah.
Yeah, compromise is king.
That's great. Randy, did you have something to finish it out?
I was thinking about the construction and being in the middle of a bunch of other buildings. Did y'all consider the logistics on how it would be constructed, and then the pedestrian and vehicular traffic surrounding the construction project, how that would be?
I feel like it would be more effective to work during the summer when people are not, when students don't have to go to school as often and there aren't as many students on campus. I feel like during the summer would have been a great opportunity to build this.
The only thing, it's going to take you 11 months to build it.
Yeah.
That's a long summer.
Yeah.
No, that's good. Hey, let's give it up for East Central. Great job, you all. Great job. All right, next up, we've got Stevens High School. Come on up, Stevens. Woo. Great work. One of the big things that, many of you know, design professionals sometimes don't take into account enough the constructability. How are you going to build this project? It looks great, but how do you build it? I'm sure the contractors see that all the time. What were they thinking? But let's turn it over. Stevens.
Hello, we are representing John Paul Stevens High School. My name is Noel Hernandez, and it's my first year of the ACE Mentor Program. So at Stevens, we came up with multiple designs, eventually settling with a community center, which shown right here. We also named it Falcon Ridge in support of our high school. Go Falcons. With not many community centers located up north of San Antonio, we kept this in mind. The goal of Falcon Ridge is to strengthen and connect the community, ensuring providing a thriving learning environment. What is a community center? A community center is a place of gathering where people can learn, grow together. We also want to keep in mind the building, making sure it mattered. We wanted plenty of fire exits and comfort for the people. I am handing it off to Gianni.
Hi, I'm Gianni. I'm here representing Stevens High School as well. I'm a senior in high school and I help with the site plans. Here, this is our site and we're sitting on a total of 21.8 acres. Here are some aerial views of the site. These are the flood zones that we had to worry about, which caused a challenge for us, but we got through it. The red you see is C2 zoning, and the regular cream color is R4. We plan to rezone to assembly. Here are the site analysis, where we could see the sun path, which helped us guide our final product of the site. Here you can see the vegetation with the mentors and the help of my colleagues here. We decided to, it helped us determine the structure to minimize the impact on the vegetation that surrounds the area and helped us maximize our building capacity. Here is our bubble map, which includes the sun path, which helped us with our final product. So this is where we could see our entrance point on the west side to enter into the parking lot going across the pond. I'm going to hand it off to Emmanuel.
Hello, I'm Emmanuel Oliveros. I am the vice president of the architecture club at John Paul Stevens High School. And this is my first year in ACES, and I'm also one of the site design. So this is going to be our site, which, as you can see, the different areas we have. We have our picnic area, our playground area, our mini amphitheater area, as well as a paved walking trail, and along with our parking, which has, of course, our handicap parking, our employee parking, as well as the dumpsters, which obviously we had to make accessible for the dump trucks. Here are some of the outdoor amenity spaces that we're gonna have, such thing as like picnic areas, seating areas, cycling areas, play zones for the kids, and one of the more important ones is a rainwater recycling system. Here's going to be a closer visual of the recycling system that we're gonna have installed throughout the site. So here is obviously gonna collect rainwater, and it's going to transfer it and put it into places where we need it to feed our vegetation with such things as like sprinklers and other ways. And then here are some building inspirations we have, which we tried to, I guess, we used as inspirations for the outside of the building for the looks. Here are some concept sketches that we started off with when we first started designing the buildings. So as you can see, we started very creative, and then we obviously narrowed it down with all the requirements we had to make, and we ended up coming down to a final sketch, which we ended up using for the design. Here are some concept models, which again, we started creative, and we just really wanted to get more of a realistic 3D visual of what we were working on and the project, along with the land, because as you can see, it's not the flattest land you could work with. Yes. And then here are some of the elevations of the two buildings. So here's the top building, or the top elevation is going to be the main elevation, the main view, which you will see walking from the parking lot into the buildings. And then the bottom one is going to be the one where you see as you drive into the buildings. Here's the top one is going to be the street view. So as you drive by the site, this is what you'll see. And the next one is going to be more of the just behind view. And now we're going to talk about more about building one and its requirements. So I'm going to pass it to Tom.
Hi, I'm Tommy. I'm the one behind building one. Of course, we were said that we had a lot more creative ideas, but we had to stick with a flat roof. But we got to keep the water rain catchers near the main entry. We have 3 on either side of the entry and the exit to keep balance. And you can see that on the inside, there's a clear walkway straight to the courtyard. with the library and multipurpose rooms right where you enter. Since this is more of the passive area, you don't really do much active, but the courtyard is there. It's more for study and group outings, truthfully, like tutoring, study groups. That's where the multipurpose rooms would become rented out. And towards the back, you can see that the more important rooms are kind of hidden, but still accessible, like the restrooms. It doesn't take away from the overall clear pathway that we made towards the courtyard. These are some of the elevations. To make it stand out and, add a bit of personality to it, without the roof, we added these walls, the accent walls that have polygonal shapes. It's to tie into the other building, since you wouldn't really be able to differentiate them from just looking at these elevations. You can see the rain catchers right where people sit to provide shade. And then these are the renderings that we have.
Hey, good afternoon, y'all. My name is Luke Guzman. I'm a first year A student, and I was in charge of designing Building 2. Here's my final rough concept sketch I based the whole building around. I tried to keep it simple, with the outside being featuring a lot of architectural elements. Here's the outdoor amenities. We have our main entries and exits, along with seating. Here is Building 2, Building 2's floor plan. First, we have our main entry, where we are met at the building's control desk. Once we arrive at our gym and fitness area, the gym and fitness area features a full-size, multi-purpose court that offers many opportunities and a variety of activities. This space also has gym exercise. I included an interior access to the mechanical room. So it can allow for quick and fast and easy service for any of the mechanical equipment. I also put it behind the gym, so it can also feature as a storage for gym. Making our way out behind the control desk, we have our men's and women's restrooms that follow all the codes and regulations. Working our way down more, we have our cafe area for seating for everyone that can enjoy a light snack from our preparation room and just offer a place of relaxation within the building. Here is what the interior will look like. This is the gym and fitness area, and the cafe preparation area, and this is where the control area is with the seating. Here are the exterior elevations. It shows rectangular shapes of different volumes of depths to provide shading throughout the building when the sun is at certain points. Here is the southeast elevation also. Here's this is the main view you'll see walking up towards from the parking lot, and this is the back of the building. Here's an overall view of what the buildings look like. The building is dominated by a flat roof, mostly found in contemporary and modern styles. Here's a close-up of what the main entry would look like. And here are the material proposals we have.
All right, let's give it up. That's a good job. Again, yeah, the client's going to catch you off at the time, so we got to be real. But obviously, great stuff. Thank you so much. Let's turn it over to our panelists. Who wants to go? David?
Yeah, I'll go first. I really like that you started out really looking at the site itself, and the topography seemed like the site you picked had a lot of different relief to it, and it seemed like you put thought into actually locating the actual two buildings that you were designing as well. Can you tell me a little bit about that and how you selected this site?
So with the site that we selected,
we went with like the drainage path. So obviously the site that we were building on, it was on a big hill. So we went towards like the V shape for the buildings. So when it rained, it would go down the hill into the flood zone. So that also helped us like attribute with the little cones that we had to build the funnels to help feed the vegetation across.
Good. Let me see that. John?
So real quick, so the rainwater capture system I thought was really creative. It came through really prominently in your presentation, and I thought it was a really good use of making it functional, but also creating an architectural element with it and creating some shading, and it was very prominent in your front of your building. But one thing, did you consider the maintenance of those systems, given that they're in such a, out front public place, how you're going to change filters and maintain that system through its life cycle?
Unfortunately, we didn't get too far in the maintenance of it. We were just kind of more focused of the design and the look and the function of it. But the same way sprinklers in people's yards can be accessible in maintenance is most likely the same way these will be accessible in maintenance.
Other questions? Mike?
Yeah, first of all, great presentation. And you're the first group that talked about the zoning of the property and the fact that you'll have to rezone. And in my former job, I oversaw the zoning process for the city. So how much conversation or what type of conversation did you have about going through that process, and what level of risk that had to the project? What if you don't get the rezoning?
We didn't think that far into it. We honestly thought it would just be a throw in the dark bullseye.
It's a given.
Oh, just make sure you bring in a consultant and you put that in your cost estimate so that you can really go get your rezoning. But overall, really good presentation.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So that microphone does work. So I had to get this guy off with a couple slides to go. Any closing remarks for the team?
I would like to say thank you to our mentors and everyone a part of the project that didn't get to be here today. And a special thank you to my architecture teacher for helping me out throughout this process and keeping me sane.
All right. All right. Good job, Stevens. Good job. Next up, we've got Anne Frank High School. Come on up, Anne Frank. Let's do a quick audience check. Pulse on the audience. How we doing? Good? Good? All right. Okay. Here we go.
The panelists are fine too, Mike.
Just don't send us a bill.
I don't know. Can you not open it?
It's not, yeah. Yeah, it's just that it's a different type of file, so.
They'll have it up and running soon. Hey, Victoria. So from the panel, what's been your impression so far? Thomas, you were a panelist before. No? Okay. So all new? All new? Okay, very impressive. The MC or the, oh, okay, okay, just checking. No, down on the MC, up on the high school students. Okay, good. Other impressions of what you've seen so far? As a lot of detail, A lot of detail going into it, yeah. That's what it takes. You can see the progression of these projects from just the concept and brainstorming, getting creative, doing research, sketching out, and there's a lot of software tools that are used, SketchUp and so forth. And it takes them on through the process, then they start getting into AutoCAD and Revit and other modeling tools, and bringing all that together with the final presentation. So it's quite the evolution of the projects.
Hey, Mike. Mike. Hello.
Yes, David.
I was just going to say I've been very impressed with everybody so far, and not only just the kind of the computer rendering stuff, but they're actually doing more hand sketches, looking at, really design starting from just a blank piece of paper.
Yeah.
And so it's really good to see that approach.
Yeah. Yeah, these projects just don't happen. You've got to have all that creativity up front. And if you don't think of everything up front, it's going to create a problem later. Right, Sarah? Yeah. Yeah. All right. Where projects get expensive is when they don't think of everything at the beginning of the project, like these sustainability features, environmental features, and so forth. Those elements, rainwater collection, solar panels, they don't have to cost a lot of money in the whole scheme of things. But if they're not thought about early, then it becomes a problem with schedule and design and delay and material and so forth. How are we doing?
We're gonna skip to John Jay and then we'll come back.
Okay. All right, we're going to bring John Jay down. John Jay, come on down. What's that? That's totally unacceptable. No restroom stops. Well, come on up anyway. We'll have you come up.
Yeah, go. Hey, John Jay, go ahead and come up. We were having some technical difficulties with Anne Frank's PowerPoint presentation.
So we'll come back to Anne Frank once we get the technology straight. How many presenters do you got? One more?
Two more.
Two more? Here they are. Here they are. Nothing. Yeah, there we go. All right, John Jay.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Isaiah Ariola, and I'm a senior at John Jay Science and Engineering Academy. It is my privilege to present to you as the lead architect for our ACE 2026 project. We are thrilled to be here and to share a vision of what we've been working on so far. The Pearl is such a vibrant hub for our city, but we saw an opportunity to bridge the gap between historic industry and modern creativity. Our project, Art Gallery at the Pearl, is designed to be a landmark space where local art meets intangible and sustainable design. To give you an idea of what we'll be covering tonight, here is our presentation agenda. We have organized our proposal into the following key aspects, such as architecture, landscape architecture, structural engineering, MEP, civil engineering, construction, and recognition. Transitioning now to the architectural aspect of our proposal, we must first establish the project's unique and highly integrated location. I'd like to draw your attention to our area map. The project site with the red location mark is located at 1366 East O'Meara Street, right here in the heart of San Antonio, Texas. As this map illustrates, we have chosen a site that is rich with surrounding destinations, which you can see highlighted by the various colors. To the immediate east, you can see the iconic Pearl District. We're also a few steps from institutions like the Culinary Institute of America and the Hotel Emma. A key architectural priority was respecting the existing infrastructure by opting not to consume valuable real estate with outside structured parking. We're leveraging the area's robust urban framework to promote a more walkable, efficient design. With the parking lot removed, we've opened up the site to act as a natural extension of the Pearl's pedestrian network. Our landscape design focuses on connectivity and sustainability. We've interrogated native drought-resistant Texas planting and pathways that lead visitors directly from the Riverwalk into our courtyard. Instead of asphalt, we're using this space for natural walkways. This turns the site into an outdoor gallery that catches the eye of anyone walking by the Hotel or the Culinary Institute. Moving inside, our floor plan is designed with a focus on simplicity and logical flow. We want the building to be intuitive for our first-time visitors. Our almost 25,000 square foot layout is designed by self-sustaining creative ecosystems. The floor plan is anchored by two massive spaces, Gallery 1, dedicated to San Antonio's historical art, and the 9,000 square foot Gallery 2, which showcases modern local talent. What truly sets this project apart is the artist residency in the center. By including private living and studio spaces directly into the building, we allow artists to live where they create, making the gallery a living, breathing part of the community. To round out the experience, we've included a public cafe, curated gift shop, and a specialized storage. We kept the support rooms like the mechanical and circulations block tucked into the central spine. Now looking at the exterior, we did not want to just build another boring box. Our sleek geometric roof has these sharp modern peaks that really make us pop against the older industrial buildings at the Pearl. If you can draw your attention to the rectangular volume breaking through the center, that's the heart of the building. It houses our artist living spaces and acts as the bridge that connects both galleries, creating a natural flow for visitors. Plus, with all the glass, we're able to flood the interior with natural light so the galleries can practically light themselves during the day, avoiding unnecessary electrical use and taking advantage of the sunlight. Here we just have another look at our south and north views. Just for another look, these renders bring art technical drawings to life, showing the art gallery truly settles into the San Antonio skyline. You can see how the geometric roofline in the central artist hub aren't just shapes on a page. They create a modern glowing landmark that feels right at home next to the historical Pearl. Moving into our landscape segment, we're shifting our focus from the building itself to the environment it lives in. Starting with our shrubbery, we selected plants inspired by South Texas and Northern Mexico's dry climates. These are drought-resistant, low-moisture species that are both sustainable and adapted to the environment. We included native plants like Zexmina, Greg's mistflower, and the Texas sage, which add color while also supporting local pollinators like bees and butterflies. We have also selected native trees like the Southern Live Oak, Cedar Elm, and Mexican Sycamore. These species are all incredibly drought-resistant, ensuring the gallery stays shaded and vibrant with minimal water usage. Finally, looking at our site plan of vegetation, you can see how all these key elements come together. The landscape design establishes a climate-responsive framework, using drought-tolerant South Texas native plants to strengthen ecological resilience. Our edges and walkable plazas are extended for the pedestrian energy of the Pearl into our site, creating an inviting public threshold with open lawns, an outlook deck, a sculptured garden, altogether forming a layered civic landscape, celebrating the city's public realm and cultural identity. That concludes our architectural segment. I'll be passing it on to structural.
Good evening. My name is Tim, and I'll be representing our structural engineering team. So, before we begin our design, we need to designate a risk category to our structure. This is a classification system which ranks the building based on how catastrophic its collapse would be. This ranges from low occupancy structures like a shed in your backyard, risk category 1, to higher important structure like a hospital. Now, given that this is an art gallery downtown with a higher occupancy, we've designated a risk category 3. And this will ultimately guide us in our calculations and how strong to design the building. So for our columns, our spacing varied 18 to 33 feet. We had to create subgrids to accommodate for our architect's floor plan. This was to allow us to conceal our beams within the walls of the structure to support the experience of the art gallery entirely. Our column type varied by square or round columns, depending on whether or not they were exposed. For our beam design, we went with a deflection-based design and ultimately ended up designating an 18 by 40 beam, or W18 by 40 beam. This had a design ratio of around 82%, which means it was around 25% stronger than our minimum design strength. For our joist design, we took our maximum span of around 30 feet and our calculated load of 55 pounds per square feet and ended up designating a 26K 270 by 120. This would end up being the most cost-effective for our design. We would then take these to create a 3D model, which will be presented outside during the intermission on our boards. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ian Garcia, and I will be going over the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing aspects of our project. Starting off with our mechanical loads, we had to choose equipment which could function under the constraints of a tall ceiling, a slanted roof, and walls made almost entirely out of glass. This is why we decided on using air handling units, as you see on the right, as opposed to rooftop units, as you see on the left. This also led to our choice of our exhaust fans. We had to classify each of the buildings based on occupancy type in order to calculate the outside air CFM. This is the volume of fresh air that must be introduced into a building's HVAC system in order to maintain acceptable indoor air quality. These are those final calculations. As in every building, these mechanical systems comes with an electrical cost. This brings us into our electrical loads. In this, we dictate the various electrical components of our building and their demand factor, or how often they're going to be running. We have our one-line diagram, which shows the entire power plan of our building. We start with power going from our transformer into our meter, from our meter into both panels A and B. We model both of these panels in individual schedules, as you see here. This is panel A. It is used for heavy-duty equipment, such as our air handling units. This is panel B. This is used to power everything else, such as our receptacles or our lighting. We have our electrical fixtures. Our lighting fixtures give our building a nice atmospheric vibe, and our lighting control gives our building energy efficiency and savings. Lastly, this is the schedule where we dictate all of our plumbing fixtures. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kento Jones. I'm on the civil team at John Jay. All right, let's start off. So first of all, we have our grading and site plan. The existing conditions is 1.63 acres of parking area with an existing slope of 1.0, which is flat. Now, our proposed conditions are 1.27 acres of developed area with 0.36 acres of green space with a proposed slope of 1.0 for most areas. Now onto our proposed utilities. The existing mains have enough capacity, so we have a 2-inch domestic meter, a 6-inch sewer lateral, a 1.5-inch irrigation meter, a 4-inch fire line, and our gas and electric services will come off of East Elmira Street. Now onto our drainage. For both the existing and the proposed conditions, the total area and the rainfall intensity, the total area was 1.63 acres and the rainfall intensity for 100 years is 13.63 inches an hour. For the existing conditions, the cumulative C value is 0.91, and for the proposed conditions is 0.89. The computed flow for existing conditions is 19.97 cubic feet per second. The computed flow for the proposed conditions is 19.53 cubic feet per second. No detention needed since the proposed flow is 0.44 cubic feet per second less than the existing flow. Thank you.
Good evening. Here we have our logistics plan. As you can see, our site size is small, coming in at just 1.6 acres. Due to limited space, we decided on 2 phases of foundation work, and we also will use nearby lots for material storage and parking. Given our project area, approximately 25,000 square feet, project duration, and high-end finishes, we estimated a total cost of $18,690,000. This includes a 6% builder's fee and a 10% contingency fee. For our budget, we utilized a theoretical start date of November 15th, 2025. We included phases of pre-construction, foundation work, building enclosure, MEP systems, and closeout. We also included milestone descriptions, risk category, start date, and duration, which give us a minimum total duration of 17 months. Our predicted project end date will be April 15th, 2027. Coming into our project, we had design considerations that we had to consider. We're concerned about mobilization and demobilization, but this is why our logistics plan and phasing is very important. We had to make sure we use a substantial stormwater pollution prevention program to ensure safety to the waters nearby. Now we would like to take a moment to recognize all the mentors that have helped us throughout the 2025-2026 program, and we also like to include our school campaigns. This concludes our presentation. We now open the floor for any questions.
All right, John Jay. Great job, John Jay. How about that MEP stuff, Thomas? They're digging into it. Any comments about that, or others want to chime in?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a great question. Great presentation. Was there any coordination between the architectural design and the MEP design, specifically HVAC? And looking at the electrical lookouts, HVAC was a very large portion of this. So with the amount of glass being used in there, was there a compromise on how we could reduce the energy versus getting the aesthetics along with the glass?
So when finding what we're going to use to get the building circulated, we originally thought the roof was going to be flat and we would be able to use rooftop units. So we had to make a trade-off of using those rooftop units because we no longer had access to that because of the angle of our roofs, and it wouldn't support the weight on top of it. So we decided on having outdoor condensers outside in tandem with the air handling units.
Right? Other questions? Sarah?
Yes, I'm curious about the amount of glass that you do have in those galleries. So what kind of research did you do about the types of art that you were going to be showcasing and make sure that that amount of glass would actually be kind of feasible?
Well, we did take into consideration that most art can be affected by light. So mostly we will be going through like local art from San Antonio, Texas. We will be taking a lot of art that is not that sensitive to lights, showcasing around the second gallery, mainly focusing on maybe, specifically San Antonio art. And specifically, we interrogated that glass design specifically for unnecessary electrical use, wanting to really just flood the interior with like natural lights, using that kind of San Antonio good day look, because we do get a lot of sun around here. I understand that. But yeah, that's it.
That's great. Randy? Do you have a question?
Very impressive, very impressive. Have y'all considered reaching out to the Pearl to get this built?
To get it built, next step?
That would be the next step in our process.
Well, you got a whole room behind you, so you're good. You're good. Well, great job, John Jay. Let's give it up to John Jay. Great work. All right, let's bring up Anne Frank. Ready to go. Come on up, Anne Frank. Little good real world scenario before the last presentation is you never know, you might get called up early and you got to be ready. So John Jay did great on spontaneous there. All right. How we doing, panel? Panel? Good? Okay. Pretty good? All right, good. We'll have a break soon here. All right, Anne Frank.
Good afternoon. Is it on? Good afternoon. My name is Isabella Roman. I'm in the 12th grade, and this is my first time doing ACE mentorship. I'm going to be working on interior design.
Good evening. My name is Caleb Valuk. I'll be working on the engineering side of this project.
Hello, my name is Lola Turner, grade 10. It's my first year in ACE. We also have another partner, Danielle. She wasn't able to make it here tonight due to religious reasons, and she did the architecture side of this. So, hello everybody. Our project is about a hypothetical gym facility for our school, Anne Frank Inspire Academy. Well, sorry guys. We wanted to start off by asking you all a question. Were you ever excited to play any school sports or be in extracurriculars? I know some of y'all here are already in ACE, but we also wanted to let everybody else be able to take a moment to answer that question. So take those moment, think about it. That being said, our campus lacks a proper athletic facility and school community to connect between our elementary, middle school, and high school. However, a multipurpose gym facility would encourage greater student engagement on campus, whether it has to do with proper spacing for home sport games, pep rallies, practice, theater, and etc. Our intention is to purchase an acre of land on an adjacent lot right next to our school. And then over here, this slide, we have a Google Maps layout of where our hypothetical gym would be, and extra room for our extended parking right next to our outside basketball court in the back of our campus. For our design process, we played around with ideas of having either a 1 or 2 story facility, including basketball courts, stage area with AV room, weight rooms, and etc. So we started off our sketches on graphing paper. We had a lot of rough sketches that we did, and then we moved on to doing them onto online graphing paper. And we came up with a sizing for our gym as 150 by 135 with a height of 30 feet. The first story includes the court and stage area with locker rooms, and the partial 2-story upstairs has offices and a fitness area. While TEA requirements for accessibility, we have to include ramps outside and stairs inside for security. The student door entrances will remain unlocked from the outside while locked on the inside in case of outside visitors. The outside visitors would also have to go through a locked gate between the back parking lot and gym.
So the bottom right photo is our downstairs area and the bottom left is our upstairs area. We designed a partial 2-story level to be able to include most of the rooms we wanted while leaving enough space for an extended back parking lot. This also saves us time and materials and costs for the gym's construction. The structure materials include steel roofing panels. The interior includes insulation, lighting, lockers, and fountains. The flooring includes maple linoleum and rubber areas. So for interior design, these are some inspo pics. We were looking for open space, seating, and stairs for people to watch the game, elevator and walkways to make the gym easy to move around and accessible, a fitness area so students can work out, not just play sports, and a secure entrance to show the importance of safety. So these are just some inspo pictures. For slide 2, this is the final gym, what we want the final gym to look like. We wanted the gym to reflect our school, so we added the Seagulls logo and chose colors that match our branding. Upstairs, we included glass railings so people can watch from above. The gym has foldable bleachers, which makes it easy to use the space for different events. Even though the upstairs gym is small, the layout is designed for everyone, so everyone can move around easily and safely. We added railings and open pathways to make it safe for everyone. Overall, the open design makes the gym feel bigger and works well for both players and spectators. Thank you.
Now for our engineering systems. Our mechanical, electrical, plumbing systems include HVAC, electrical, and water. The HVAC units will be placed on the rooftop to save space and improve airflow on the inside of the building. For electrical demand, we estimated between 250 and 500 kilowatts using a rule of thumb of about 12 to 25 watts per square foot, which is commonly used in buildings like these. For water demand, we assumed 25 gallons per person per day, which roughly, with an estimated of 600 people in the building at any given time, this calculates to about 1,500 gallons per day per person. For structural, the building will use reinforced concrete slab-on-grade foundation with thickened edges to provide strong support and prevent cracking. The main structure will be a steel frame, which allows for long-span roof trusses, so that way we can have large open spaces on the inside like the gym. We also included a lateral bracing system to resist wind and keep the building stable. The floor system is designed to support second-story loads, making sure it can handle the weight of all the people and other equipment upstairs. For site design, parking will be placed on the northeast to align with the existing parking lot in the back and improve traffic flow. The land will be graded so water drains toward the northeast away from the building to prevent damage in the flooding. Because of elevation change, stairs will be added on the side facing the parking lot for easy access. We also planned for main utilities to connect from the main infrastructure so the building operates properly.
For construction management. So I created a Gantt chart for a schedule over a 2-year time period with the milestones at the top marking each key checkpoint. And after reviewing the scope of work, variables, the material list, and permit inspection requirements with each subcontractor, I was able to create a time frame of completion. For the project estimate, budget, and estimate, I've got all the information from RS Means current construction cost software for each scope of work. Everything is on here is needed to complete a safe, fully functional gym that is up to code with a total of $9 million. And that's it. Thank you, guys.
All right. Good job, Anne Frank. Let's turn it over to our panel. Questions? Who's got a question?
Yeah, no, great presentation. I really like the logo too. That was super cool. Question I had was, it looked like there was a neighborhood right across the street. How did that play into both your exterior architectural design and then also into your construction, your thoughts around construction and how you would be a good neighbor to those people that are that have a house right across the street during the construction phase?
Okay, so I believe
It's on, yeah.
So I believe our school is placed in a residential zone, which is, but for some loopholes through things, which allowed us to build these kind of commercial buildings inside of those zones. And so, like you can see here, the existing basketball court is right next to our next door neighbor, which is what we are attempting to buy from them theoretically. And so, like you said about being a good neighbor, honestly, they just got to suck it up because they're right near a school.
Yeah, I mean, we've already had problems with them, but I think by now,
To be a teenager again.
I think by now they're used to it, right?
Go ahead. What were you going to say?
Oh, I was saying, yeah, that right there, behind that fencing right there is where we take the land, which somebody does live there. And, you know, they have to deal with us and all the ruckus from K through 12 kids, but they're pretty used to it by now.
So I heard suck it up, take the land.
So this, you're just going to buy them out, right?
The design a little bit. Let's get back to the design and construction a little bit. That was a very good question. David?
Yeah, one thing to think about too, when you're acquiring this property, you talked about zoning already. And in addition, looking at that aerial photograph, it looked like there are a lot of trees there. And so something that we always have to look at is getting a tree permit. And some of those trees may be very large, like you see in the picture. And so those can be heritage trees, and it just brings another level of complication sometimes to projects.
That's why we include a good amount of months for getting permits and everything before.
That's good. Good questions, good answers. Mike?
I'll just jump in. It's not really a question. What I really like, though, and you may want to use this instead of the just suck it up to your neighbors, but I think you took into consideration that you need parking for this facility, so you chose the two-story facility. If you didn't, you would have additional on-street parking throughout the neighborhood, which I don't like anyway. So I do like the fact that you were thinking holistically, not just the building, but the overall use of people coming to it. So it's not really a question. It's more just a comment. I really like that part of your presentation, and that should help those conversations with the neighbors a little bit. They'll still be.
That's good. All right, let's give it up for Anne Frank. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go on to intermission, right? How many? 30? 30-minute intermission. So while you're out there, enjoy the booths of the different schools, talk to the students, and we'll get started here in 30 minutes sharp. Yep. All right, so that's, what time is it?
Yeah.
6:50? Okay. That's funny. Yeah, he's got a lot to learn, man. It's gonna get crushed. We got food back here, guys. I think this is still on.
Yeah, we're good. No, it's 7, 8, 9, 10. Where's 10? Oh, Highlands. Hey, Christy. Highlands.
Watermelon sugar high, watermelon sugar high, watermelon sugar high, watermelon sugar high, watermelon sugar strawberries on a summer evening. Baby, you're the end of June. I want your belly and that summer feeling, getting washed away in you. Breathe me in, breathe me out. I don't know if I could ever go without watermelon. Watermelon sugar high, 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 watermelon sugar high. I just want to taste it. I just want to taste it. Watermelon sugar high. Tastes like strawberries on a summer evening, and it sounds just like a song. I want your belly and that summer feeling. I don't know if I could ever go without watermelon sugar high, 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 watermelon sugar, watermelon sugar, watermelon sugar high. I just wanna taste it. I just wanna taste it. Watermelon sugar high. I just wanna taste it. I just wanna taste it. Watermelon sugar high. Watermelon sugar.
I'ma break you off, let me be your motivation to stay and give it tonight. Baby, turn around, let me give you innovation, yeah, 'cause I do it so right. You got that good, good, baby, don't you? Got that good, good, baby, don't you? But you leave this so long, ain't regular, that ain't regular. I ain't gon' keep waiting for it. Ain't gon' keep waiting for it. 'Cause you know this thing, yeah, ain't regular, that ain't regular. Falling into the bed, why would we ever do something that's better? Falling into the bed right now, yeah. I'ma break you off, let me be your motivation to stay and give it tonight. Baby, turn around, let me give you innovation, yeah, 'cause I do it so right. Think about it, ooh, think about it, think about it, ooh, take a look at me now. Hey, a little motivation, alright. You got a bad one, baby, don't you? Got a bad one, baby, don't you? And we both know there's no one better boy, no one better boy. Your name won't make it, I'ma tell 'em. Get you naked, but I won't tell 'em. 'Cause you know that there's no one better boy, no one better boy. Falling into the bed, why would we ever do something that's better? Falling into the bed right now, yeah, right now. I'ma break it off, let me be your motivation to stay and give it tonight. And baby, turn around, let me give you innovation, yeah, 'cause I do it so right. Think about it, ooh, think about it, think about it, ooh, take a look at me now. Hey, a little motivation, alright. Hey. A little motivation.
Yeah. Hey, Denise. You can turn it. You can unfreeze it.
I'ma break you off, let me be your motivation to stay and give it tonight. And baby, turn around, let me give you innovation, yeah, 'cause I do it so right. Think about it, ooh, think about it, think about it, ooh, take a look at me now. Hey, a little motivation, alright.
Tú y yo y tú nos llevamos bien. Tú y yo y tú nos llevamos bien. Que lo que, dame luz, yo sigo tus pies. A donde vayas te sigue la luna. Tú eres mi galla como tú ninguna. Ey, la noche está buena, qué rico se pasa en Quiqueya. Mi corazón no es de arena, pero tú estás dejando tus huellas. Cada vez que me miras sin pararle mover la cadera. Esto aquí no termina, nos fuimos a reunir la noche entera. Y enséñame a bailar, mami, yo no sé, pero ya estoy borracho y son las 3. Yo quiero ver contigo el amanecer, tú y yo solito y el sol. Tú y yo solito y el sol. Ey, si me dejas te hago todo lo que a ti te gusta. Ey, rompe todo que yo pago, esa vaina no me asusta. No me asusta. Si tú te tardas te beso primero. Pórtate mala, dale ponte cuero, que nadie se va a enterar. No pares de bailar. Nadie le va a llegar a lo de nosotros, esto es más allá. Si tú te tardas, te beso primero. Pórtate mala, dale ponte cuero y enséñame a bailar, mami, yo no sé, pero ya estoy borracho y son las 3. Yo quiero ver contigo el amanecer, tú y yo solito y el sol, tú y yo solito y el sol, y enséñame a bailar, mami, yo no sé, pero ya estoy borracho y son las 3. Yo quiero ver contigo el amanecer, y yo solito y el sol, y yo solito y el sol.
I throwing you off?
Nope.
Didn't think so.
How you doing, young lady? The feeling that you're giving really drives me crazy. You do. What? That's right. That's right.
I saw you dancing in a crowded room. You look so happy when I'm not with you. But then you saw me, caught you by surprise. A single teardrop falling from your eye. I don't know why, oh, you run away. I'll make you cry when I run away. You could have asked me why I broke your heart. You could have told me that you fell apart. But you walked past me like I wasn't there, and just pretended like you didn't care. I don't know why you run away. I'll make you cry when I run away. Take me back, 'cause I wanna stay. See your tears for another. Save your tears for another day. Save your tears for another day. Made you think that I would always learn. I said some things that I should never say. Yeah, I broke your heart like someone did to mine. And now you won't love me for a second time. I don't know why I run away. Oh, girl, I make you cry when I run away. Cause he thinks back, cause I wanna stay. Save your tears for another. I realize that I'm much too late. You deserve someone better. Save your tears for another day. Tears for another day. I'll make you cry when I run away. Save your tears for another day. I said save your tears for another day.
I do my hair toss, check my nails. Baby, how you feeling?
I don't wanna be alone tonight. It's pretty clear that I'm not over you. I'm still thinking about the things you do. So I don't wanna be alone tonight, alone tonight, alone tonight. Can you fight the fight? I need somebody who can take control. I know exactly what I need to do. Cause I don't wanna be alone tonight, alone tonight, alone tonight. Look what you made me do. I was somebody new. Oh, baby, baby, I'm dancing with a stranger. Look what you made me do. I was somebody new. Oh, baby, baby, I'm dancing with a stranger. Dancing with a stranger.
I wasn't even going out tonight, but boy, I need to get you off of my mind. I know exactly what I have to do. I don't wanna be alone tonight, alone tonight, alone tonight. Look what you made me do. I was somebody new. Oh, baby, baby, I'm dancing with a stranger. Look what you made me do. I was somebody new. Oh, baby, baby, I'm dancing with a stranger. Dancing with a stranger. Dancing with a stranger. Dancing. Look what you made me do. I'm somebody new. Ooh, baby, baby, I'm dancing with a stranger. Look what you made me do. I'm somebody new. Ooh, baby, baby, I'm dancing with a stranger. I'm dancing, I'm dancing. Dancing with a stranger. I'm dancing, dancing with a stranger. I'm dancing, dancing with a stranger. Shine a light through an open door. Love a life, how real deep vibe. Run away, 'cause I need you more. Feel the heartbeat in my mind. It's the way I'm feeling, I just can't deny. But I gotta let it go. We found love in a hopeless place. 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 Yellow diamonds in the light. Now we're standing side by side as your shadow crosses mine. We found love in a hopeless place. We found love in a hopeless place. We found love in a hopeless place. We found love in a hopeless
I could be wrong, but I feel like something could be going on. I could be wrong, but I feel like something could be going on. I could be wrong, but I feel like something could be going on. I could be wrong, but I feel like something could be going on. I could be wrong, but I feel like something could be going on. I could be wrong, but I feel like something could be going on. I could be wrong, but I feel like something could be going on. I could be wrong, but I feel like something could be going on. Going on, 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 going on. I could be wrong, but I feel like something could be going on. I could be wrong, but I feel like something could be going on. I could be wrong, but I feel like something could be going on. I could be wrong, but I feel like something could be going on. I could be wrong, but I feel like something could be going on. I could be wrong, but I feel like something could be going on. I could be wrong, but I feel like something could be going on. I could be wrong, but I feel like something could be going on. I could be wrong, but I feel like something could be going on. I could be wrong, but I feel like something could be going on. I could be wrong, but I feel like something could be going on. I could be wrong, but I feel like something could be going on. I could be wrong, but I feel like something could be going on. Going on, 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 going on. I could be wrong, but I feel like something could be going on. I could be wrong, but I feel like something could be going on. I could be wrong, but I feel like something could be going on. I could be wrong, but I feel like something could be going on. I could be wrong, but I feel like something could be going on. I could be wrong, but I feel like something could be going on. I can't take it anymore. 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 Day by day and night by night, I feel in my mind. It happens all the time. You know my bed dreams stop. My heart take it anymore. It's you I live for. Oh, baby, you are in my system. I just want you to know that. Oh, in my system. Got me burning, burning, baby. Oh, in my system. Oh, in my system. Don't you know that, baby? It's a romantic vision of me and you, holding hands on Sunday and Monday too. There's no doubt in my mind where I've been to, baby. You know I take you out, and I love you. You are in my system. I just want you to know that. Oh, in my system, you are. Got me burning on your body, baby. In my system, everything I need. It's your love, it's your love, it's your love. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. Oh, baby, I can't take it anymore. 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 It's your love, I can't take it anymore. It's your love, I can't take it anymore.
I bet you never tell it how it feels.
If that's how you feel, bring that body close to me. Time to make it real. Can't keep this a fantasy. If that's how you feel, yeah, if that's how you feel, bring that body close to me. It's time to make it real. Can't keep this a fantasy. You know they can see us here. I know you don't care at all. Touch me, kiss me anywhere. Get started right now. If that's how you feel, bring that body close to me. Time to make it real. Can't keep this a fantasy. If that's how you feel, yeah, if that's how you feel, bring that
Good
body
things out.
close to me. Time to make it real. Can't keep this a fantasy. If that's how you feel all the time, nobody goes to me, enough for me. Get me in your heart, it's a fantasy. Nobody goes to me. Time to make it real. Yeah, that's how I feel. Nobody goes to me. Time to make it real. So fancy.
The program will resume in 5 minutes. Please take your seats. The program will resume in 2 minutes. Please take your seats.
I know. If I can make it past next Sunday, that'll be super. I know. After today, I'm like, if I can make I'm ready to do it. Between that and having it 2.5 I'm ready to I get it. I did my we got rid of the pacifier, but I was like, no, I'm finally just like, I know it's actually good here at this moment. I know he's good, so you're gonna be and this very much is like, oh my god, I see it and like and then he every day I'm like, he's so good all day. It's like so many things and then a little bit of
The battery seems fine. Battery seems fine. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Microphone working? Mac, can you hear me in the back, Mac? Got thumbs up. All right, welcome back for the second half. We've got 7 schools back to back. And again, it's 10-minute presentations and 5-minute Q&A with our panel. And thank you, panel, for hanging in there. They got a little refreshment in between, so they're ready to go, hydrated, ready to go. Okay, good. Panel's ready. And we're going to bring up Holmes High School. Come on up, Holmes. Let's give it up.
Good evening. My name is Melanie Olguin, and on behalf of Oliver Wendell Holmes High School, it is an honor to present our work. This project represents months of collaboration, creativity, and real-world application of the skills we have developed with support from our mentors. At this time, I would like to introduce our first team member, Ricardo.
Hello, my name is Ricardo Cortez, and today I will be talking about the architectural design behind our project. To begin, we look closely at the existing architectural style in Converse. Much of the architecture in this area tends to be traditional and somewhat uniform, which creates a consistent look throughout the city. While this consistency is important, it can also make it difficult for new buildings to stand out and create a strong identity. Because of that, one of our main goals was to design a building that still respects the surrounding context while also introducing a fresh and more modern architectural direction. For inspiration, we looked closely at Dickey Hall at Trinity University, a past project built by Turner Construction. What stood out to us was its clean design, strong use of materials, and how it feels both welcoming and modern at the same time. We wanted to implement those ideas into our own project in a way that fits our location. The overall purpose of our design is to create a space that feels open, inviting, and accessible to the public. Instead of blending completely into the existing architecture in Converse, we wanted our building to stand out in a positive way and set a new architectural standard for future development in the area. In addition to materials, we also focused on the overall shape of our building. Instead of using rigid box-like geometry, we incorporated a curved entrance design. This curve helps soften the overall appearance of the building, making it feel more welcoming and less harsh. It also draws people visually, creating a more natural transition into the space. Here are some of the exterior concept designs we developed in the first stages of development. As you can see, the curve is something that we all thought was appealing and matched the overall aesthetic that we're trying to aim. In terms of materials, we carefully selected elements that play the function and visual identity of the building. These include vertical wooden slats, large edges of glazing, metal cladding, exposed timber columns, up-down walls constants, and aluminum overhang groups. As you can see, here are some of the elevations and how all the materials play together in order to match that natural aesthetic that we're trying to aim for. One important decision we made was to keep the timber columns exposed rather than hiding them. This allows people to see the structure of the building, which adds to the overall aesthetic of the building. Overall, our design balances function, material, and form to create a space that is not only practical, but also visually impactful. Our goal is to create a building that respects the current environment of Converse while also pushing it forward and creating a strong architectural identity. Thank you. Next, I would like to introduce team member Faith.
Hello, everyone. My name is Faith Iverson, and today I'll be walking you through the interior of our project. So to get started, when you first enter our building, you will have entered an atrium, which is just kind of an open concept for our reception area that we really wanted to create an environment right off the bat so everyone feels welcome. Also, once you pass through that section, the reception area, you'll enter halls which are lined with exam rooms, x-ray rooms, along with emergency operating room, and all the other necessities for an ER. Here are some of our early concepts and designs for this project. These were sketches from various team members. This is a more realistic rendering of what we want the interior to end up resembling when all is said and done. This is a close-up example of what our exam rooms will look like, as well as we wanted to mention ADA regulations because we found them very valuable. And so those regulations ended up determining how wide we wanted the corridors to be, along with the size of every room, allowing this building to be easily accessible for everyone. The path of egress along with exits are super important, especially in this kind of building where people are going to be coming in a state of usually panic. So we included 2 elevators, 2 staircases, along with an emergency exit in the back specifically for emergency personnel. So it's a drive up where they can, if necessary, they can transfer individuals to the hospital. Moving on to the second floor, the main thing you need to be made aware of is that the second floor is for faculty only. So this is where all the behind the scenes work will be going on. Up here, there is a pharmacy, a blood bank, along with plenty of storage and office space. Finally, this is a section view of what we want the interior of our project to end up looking like. Thank you. Next, I'll be passing the mic to team member Willow.
Hello, my name is Willow Hangs, and I will be talking about the civil engineering aspect of our project. Here is an overview of what I'll be talking about. First, we wanted to go into parking and access plans. Here, as you can see, we have parking spots. In total, we have 54. Due to ADA requirements requiring 3 parking spots for a medical facility, we have 4 designated in close proximity to the entrance of the door. As well as the fact of, as we wanted this to be welcoming, we also included a area where residents, non-patients, and patients could go out and sit, eat their food, or just get some fresh air, as hospitals are very cramped and can be very overwhelming for people. As well as including light fixtures. We knew we wanted them to be 40 feet roughly apart, and with research that we did, we found that for height-wise, it would need to be roughly 20 to 30 feet tall to allow for full illumination of the parking spot. On top of that, we also mapped out where our domestic water lines would fall, our fire water line and our irrigation. Attached to our fire water line, we also incorporated where our fire hydrant would be as in proximity to our building, which translates into our fire protection plan. The solid blue line represents the truck pool, as the max a fire truck can handle is 350 feet. On top of that, the dotted blue line represents the hand pull, which is what the firefighters would have to manually pull if a fire were to occur. From one part to one direction is 150 feet, and the rest would be 45 feet. We also mapped out where our sewer line would be. It is already attached to a pre-existing sewer line due to us being right next to Bexar County Sheriff's Department. We did it in that way because of the fact that the Sheriff's Department already had a pre-existing easement, and we also wanted to incorporate it so we could allow future projects to be able to tap into the already pre-existing sewer line. Here's a close-up of how it would look and where it would be connected to our line. I will now be introducing our next member, Daniel.
Hi, my name is Daniel Zamora. And I'll be talking about the construction costs and schedule of our project. The total cost of our project would be $11,307,375 with a total square footage of 15,732 square feet. How we got this, the construction cost spreadsheet was we first ran through every division with the help of my mentor to decide which divisions we were necessary for the project. After that, we then researched from previous care center projects to estimate the cost per square foot. Then after that, we can then calculate the percentages for every division. Two of the expected things on the spreadsheet would be the mass timber and the curtain wall in the front of our building. This whole spreadsheet also reflects the current market conditions in Converse, Texas. Moving on to construction schedule, the total time for a schedule will be 16 months, with pre-construction permitting taking 4 months, sidewalk foundations taking 2 months, mass timber erection taking 2 months, envelope and drying taking 2 months, MEP rough and interior build-out taking 4 months, and finishes and startup inspections taking 2 months. And really one of the most critical factors of the schedule will be the mass timber 17-week lead time, as if we don't order the mass timber in that 17-week lead time, it would just basically throw off our whole schedule. Another important factor would be the mass timber penetrations, as if the penetrations have to be precisely coordinated, and they aren't precisely coordinated, it also throw off the whole schedule. I'll be passing it back to Melanie to close out our presentation. Thank you.
I would like to thank you all for your time and attention today during our presentation. The Converse Care Community Center does not just represent the design, but it also reflects our vision in creating meaningful spaces that serve and inspire the community. I also wanted to thank all of our industry partners, and our mentors for their guidance and support throughout this project. This concludes our presentation. At this time, we'll be happy to answer any questions.
All right. Great job, Holmes High School. Let's turn it over to our panelists. Who wants to fire off? Sarah?
Sure. That was a really, really compelling presentation that you gave. And I'd like to hear more about, you chose some really kind of warm, natural materials. As you mentioned, when people come to this space, they're usually in a high stress situation. So how much did that kind of influence those material choices that you made?
Yeah, so in the first stages of development, we were just thinking of a simple urgent care / ER center that mostly incorporates the cooler colors, more like something that's not warm, I guess, in a way. And though we thought about that in the beginning, we just kind of thought that it was much better to incorporate that warm atmosphere Since Converse is more known for having this type of architecture that feels warm, comfort, we kind of wanted to implement and shift into that vision, which creates the overall aesthetic.
Well, I'll just say that biophilia is becoming very important in healthcare, so y'all were on the right path, absolutely.
I also wanted to add that this project is kind of personal due to the fact that my grandma also worked in medical. So a lot of the decisions we made was also influenced by my grandma.
That's great. Other questions from the panel? Anybody? Mike?
Yeah, I just wanted to talk a little bit about your fire protection site plan. So again, that's a little germane to me. I loved it. I love the fact that you walked us through how the fire access will help out. I mean, this is an emergency facility, but it may need emergency help at some point. So it's not really a question. I just want to say I really like that. So thank you very much.
All right. Well, great job. Holmes High School. Way to go. So one moment, we have a special announcement here. Oh, keep going to the next one. Postpone the special announcement. Got to keep you in suspense. So next up, Reagan High School. Come on down, Reagan.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are the Ronald Reagan High School ACE team. Today's presenters are Rex Britton, Kendra Baker, Matthew Townsend, Alexander Cervantes, and myself, Sebastian Villanueva. We chose the fire station to manage to keep up with the overchanging and rapid growth of our beautiful city. We strive to create a facility that provides community safety while also being efficient for firefighters' daily operations, focusing on designing a space that allows for quick response times, clear organization, and comfortable environment for firefighters and workers. For our program, we have included all the essential elements needed in a fire station. This includes the apparatus space for 3 fire trucks, EMS space, living quarters, a kitchen and dining area, exercise spaces, and offices. We too included support spaces, storage, locker rooms, and mechanical rooms, all incorporated to accommodate for everyone's necessities.
The next 2 slides focus on the site itself. As shown, the site is located between Redland Road and Ridgewood Parkway by Highway 281. We conducted a detailed microclimate analysis to better understand environmental factors influencing the design. Our findings indicate a predominant southeast airflow with rainfall naturally draining towards the southeast. Additionally, the sun path provides strong southern exposure throughout the year. Moving on to the site plan. The primary fire truck exit is positioned along Redland Road for direct and efficient access to the highway, while entry occurs via an access road from Ridgewood Parkway. We've also provided dedicated parking for both firefighters and visitors. At the lower elevation of the site, we included a water retention pond to manage stormwater runoff and reduce site erosion. For design inspiration, we look closely at New Brownsville's Fire Station number 7 and Onion Creek Fire Station number 38. From these precedents, we chose a palette of durable, low-maintenance materials, including brick, natural limestone, metal panels, and thermoplastic roofing, all selected for their performance and longevity. Inside, polished concrete floors and ceramic tile finishes were chosen for the resilience, ease of cleaning, and suitability for the station's high-traffic nature. This slide presents our floor plan, which organizes spaces according to the type of emergency services they will provide. The layout includes an apparatus bay accommodating 3 fire trucks and a dedicated EMS bay with 1 truck. We strategically divided the building into public, private, and operational zones to enhance circulation, security, and overall efficiency. The apparatus bays are positioned for direct access to Redland Road, ensuring rapid emergency response, while living and quarters and offices are placed in quieter zones to promote rest and focus. Amenities such as a fitness area, dining space, and a concrete service pad for exterior access to the MEP areas further support daily operations and firefighter well-being. Now to our renderings. Finally, these renderings provide a clear visualization of the proposed design, materials, and lighting, as well as how the building integrates into its surrounding environment. All our renderings were modeled and produced by our team using SketchUp and Blender, capturing the project's character and context with precision. Now, this is looking from Redland Road. You can see on the left side, we have our apparatus space with 3 of our fire trucks, and the other side our EMS bay. Also on the EMS bay, you can see we have our visitor parking. Now, this is from Ridgewood Parkway. We can see the rear entrances to the bays as well as fenced parking for our firemen.
For the foundation system, we utilized a monolithic slab, which is a single continuous concrete pour that combines the footing and floor into one solid structure. It's highly cost effective due to the reduced labor, offers a seamless, high-strength design, and is ideal for stable, level ground. For the structural system, we chose a steel frame structure with columns, rafters, girders. This system is strong, durable, and allows for large open spaces like the apparatus bays. We also used a slab-on-grade foundation, which is common for buildings like this and works well with the site conditions. In the civil portion, we focused on the site planning and how the building interacts with the land. We analyzed the terrain and designed the site to support drainage, accessibility, and safety. The site has varying elevations and the soil is expansive clay, which expands and shrinks with moisture. To address this, we propose using deep foundations like piers to ensure stability. This shows the surrounding context, including nearby roads, residential areas, and highways. We use this information to position the building for easy access and efficiency emergency response. This picture shows an aerial view of the site with contour lines showing how rainfall will move from higher elevations to an area of lower elevations.
Now onto mechanical, electrical, and plumbing. So for our mechanical considerations, conditioned areas will be serviced by an air-cooled mini-split system with fan coil units. All offices and dorms throughout the building will have individual dedicated units. The ERV system will help treat outside air by way of cross-flow heat exchanger. The apparatus bays will be equipped with infrared parallel heaters, and miscellaneous areas throughout the building requiring heat will utilize electric unit heaters. Carbon monoxide detectors will also be placed throughout the building to ensure safety. The IDF room that houses the network cables and equipment will have an independent mini-split system. For plumbing, the fire suppression system will comply with the NFPA 13. The vehicle bay trench drains will be routed throughout a sand oil inceptor, and all other building sanitary piping will occur downstream from the inceptor. Domestic cold water will have an RPZ backflow preventer at the site connection, and domestic hot water will consist of 2 gas water heaters and 2 electric water heaters. Roof drainage shall be provided by a gutter system and an internal roof drains, which will all be piped to a storm system. On for the electrical services, which will be provided by the new CPS pad-mounted transformer with 3-phase power to the building's main distribution panel. The electrical service will require a 12,000 amp service, and the electrical provisions will also include a 100 kilowatt diesel generator backup power with an automatic transfer switch and battery backup for the radio communication systems. Lighting will be provided by a variety of lighting fixtures. Emergency lighting will be connected to the building's emergency power panel, and building and parking lot lights will comply with the MLOAD dark sky standards. Smoke detection will be provided throughout in electrical rooms and IDF rooms, in addition to dormitories and apparatus bays. The technology and security design will include structured cabling with lighting protection, and the audiovisual system will be consistent with the SAFD standards for projectors and ceiling-mounted speakers. All Wi-Fi access points will be connected with Cat6 structure cooling, and security systems will include TS series cameras, intrusion detection, and access control systems like badge readers.
For our budgeting, these are cost estimates based off a similar fire station of the same size. And our hard costs, these will come out to around $7,400,000. And then our soft costs which include our ACE fees for architecture, construction, and engineering, will come out to a grand total of $8,370,000. I would like to thank all of my peers and a special thank you to our mentors and our teacher, Mr. Ward.
All right.
Any questions?
Give it up. Great job, Reagan High School. Panel members, what do you think? Good? Thomas?
Very good. Very detailed on the MEP, so I liked it a lot. My question is, you mentioned a 100 kW generator, 4-hour runtime. What do you anticipate being connected to that? What emergency systems would need to be connected to the generator?
Definitely all of the fire alarms and everything will be connected to this generator, as that's one of the most important things in the fire station, as well as like the communication systems and the emergency lights. That way everybody can know where they're going.
Thank you.
So it's one thing to give a presentation, it's another thing to give an answer like that. So great job, great job. Other questions? Randy?
I'm thinking of a couple things here. This is our second fire station. I really like to see the contrast between the two, but both of them are excellent. Excellent. I really like the detail that went into this. I second Thomas on the MEP. I did want to comment about the presentation because a lot of work goes into these projects, and there needs to be time taken to proofread every slide that you're presenting. I noticed on the inspiration slide to speak of, but there was some other things I also saw, but the inspiration, I saw that it was not San Antonio. I was talking about New Braunfels and Austin, and us being in San Antonio thinking, oh, I'd like to see some San Antonio stuff, but also the pictures were different, were switched from the labeling at the bottom. So my challenge or my encouragement to y'all is to make sure that your presentation is, grammatically correct in the pictures, stuff like that.
Good, yeah, good detail. Mike?
I was just going to say, and it was really great. Another one, you had a proposed retention pond on your site plan. Did you guys study that particular site, or was that just more of a potential we may need on-site retention for this project?
We studied the site specifically. It's pretty close to where our school is, and we decided that that would be the best place to put it at the bottom, especially with the contour lines. As you saw, we studied the topography, and that would be the best place to put it.
Good. One of the benefits, we have two City of San Antonio leaders here on the panel, and they're getting a lot of free design work through ACE, saving hundreds of thousands of dollars of taxpayer dollars. But great job to Reagan. Thank you so much. Go ahead. Second. All right, let's bring up CASTEM. CASTEM, give a hand.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. Our project today is a rec center for our school, CASTEM, on our campus at Palo Alto College. My name's Nathaniel.
I'm Sadi. I'm Natalie.
I'm Blessing.
All right.
Sorry. The main purpose of our CASTEM Rec Center was we wanted to help spread community outreach for our students and local communities so that we could have internship possibilities for kids that are too young, and then help bring together our local community for the better. For our site analysis, we decided on an area about north of our campus. It's still on our campus site, but it's near a more residential area, which was beneficial for our goal of community outreach, but still had access for our students to be able to get there with resources. While we were analyzing on local maps and aerial footage, we decided on an area We originally decided on an area that would have been about as large as this, but when analyzing our maps, we found that there was a line of power lines that we could not get within a certain area of due to buffer zones. So after our analyzation, we researched buffer zone laws in our local area and decided to, instead of having a large building that took up the majority of the space, we moved our building and changed its size to just take this area up and closer to the residential areas.
Up next is our program details. So when we were first working on this project, we had a very long list of amenities that we would like to add, but after careful consideration, we cut out a few things and we ultimately decided to keep in a check-in, gift shop, cafe and lounge area, a gym with the equipment such as like treadmills and other stuff like that, locker rooms, a basketball and volleyball courts because you could always just set up the nets in the middle of the basketball courts. So we decided not to have separate volleyball courts to save space, a clinic, educational spaces, and a pool. Right here, we have our logo, which is the Blanco Rec Center, and we decided to call it that because Palo Alto's mascot is a palonimo, and they have a theme of naming their buildings, each building after a river, but we couldn't really find a river name, so we ultimately decided on the Blanco Rec Center. We made it in an area so that we could have it for community use, which is also where the work experience comes in, as mentioned before, because since CASTEM likes to offer internships, there's not a lot of opportunities for freshmen and sophomores due to like age limits. So we wanted to be able to offer work experience for them.
We also looked at ADA compliance. For the parking spaces, we know that every 8 spaces per 1,000 feet squared, we need 1 slot for every 64 parking slots, and we factored that in when looking at parking slots for tying into our site analysis. Next, we worked on the architectural design and inspiration. First, we took a look at buildings in the surrounding area, as pictured on the left and right. We took color schemes like many of the brown and blue and the large use of glass and bricks, and combined them with the greens of CASTEM in our logos. Then we started to work on, from our amenities in the previous segment, we started to work on a bubble diagram that lets us understand, okay, maybe we want the gym, we want it connected to the locker room and to the showers, but doesn't necessarily get our layout. From there, we started working on a rough floor plan where we got the general layout of things, and next we worked on revising the floor plan and making it exact. Here. On the left, we have worked out the square footage and the size of the rooms, where we decided that we wanted to make our design in 1/16 scale. And then on the right is our finalized digital design with the full building layout. Yeah. From there, we created a sketch mock-up on the side. Here on the left would be glass for some natural light to make the space feel more welcoming, and same here. Then we have our entrance on the left, and
so sustainability. We wanted to focus specifically on environmental sustainability and promoting that. And the primary way that we did this was by including as much plant life as possible throughout the building. This includes soil-infused walls, and both in the exterior and interior, not only to integrate plant life throughout the structure, but also to bring awareness to environmental sustainability. And there are two other main features that I want to include. Those are solar panels, which would help which would increase power efficiency and clean energy across the building. And then greenway garden squares and greenway paths, which would not only help to the aesthetic of the building, but also aid us in helping educate people on sustainable practices when it comes to the environment and really to everything about building in general. And then we also considered the cost, and we primarily focused on the cost in relation to the square feet. How do I use the? How do I use the laser pointer? I need the laser pointer. Oh, there we go. So the final thing that we looked at was the cost, and we primarily based it on three things. The total square footage of our building, which was about 36,000 square feet. And then we calculated this to be approximately $450,000 per square foot, leading us to a total of $16,200,000 for the entire building itself. And then we also considered accessibility and even membership for students and anyone willing to participate. So we have four primary plans: the day public pass, the platinum day public pass, and then two monthly passes, which are outlined over here.
I want to say a thank you to all our other ACE members, our mentors that helped guide us when we struggled, and my fellow presenters who have put so much work and effort into the presentation. And I thank you for your time, your patience.
All right. Good job. Good job, CASTM. Way to go, guys. Did a good job. All right. Yeah. How about our panelists? You got some questions?
Yeah, I had a quick question. So nice presentation. One thing I liked that you identified really early on was the challenge with the overhead power lines, and you didn't get too far into your project. You realized that early, and so you were able to adjust to it. Can you speak to a little bit of the challenges that created for you when you were looking at a larger site and then trying to now incorporate that into a little bit smaller area and some of the design considerations that led you towards?
I'm going to go ahead and answer that. Thank you. For the power lines, when we had to shrink the sizing of the building, it did kind of mess with how we wanted the layout of the building to go. But with the help of all of our teammates, it was generally easier than we believed it would be to just rearrange it into what became a much better layout for our final project.
Other questions? Sarah?
I just want to say that I appreciate that at the end of your presentation, you talked about, like you gave the owner, like almost a business plan. Like, here's how you're going to be able to make this a profitable project and start paying off that debt that they've probably incurred by building it. So I appreciate that thought that you put into like seeing the project all the way through like that.
Other comments? Mike?
Yeah, I really liked the presentation again. And my question is, did you at all have any conversations about the pros and cons of not doing an indoor pool, but maybe doing an outdoor pool? Was there any discussion there, and what led to kind of an indoor pool concept?
Okay, so we did not initially think about this, but we decided on the indoor pool, mostly because we wanted it to be a year-round thing, since if it, like, as we know in Texas, the weather is wishy-washy, so we didn't want it to be outside and then like everybody's too cold to go in. So we just wanted to make it a little more neutral so you could go in at any moment that you would want to.
All right, let's give it up for CASTM. Great job, guys. Great job. Have a seat. So Our board chair, Mary Stewart, has a special announcement to make. Come on up, Mary.
I want to thank everyone that have come out tonight, especially our volunteers. I mean, they are the very lifeblood of the ACE Mentor Program. They show up week after week, serving as team leaders, school champions, board members, community panelists, working directly with our students, and most importantly, they serve as mentors and champions for the next generation of workforce development. Every single year, our ACE volunteers demonstrate genuine passion for their students and commitment to our program's mission. We recognize them for all their dedication and contribution. So again, I know I've said this multiple times, but a round of applause to all of our mentors, school champions. I didn't want to wait till the end of the evening, but tonight we do have a very special recognition, the ACE Exemplary School Champion Award. We'd like to honor and present this award to Mr. Robert Gonzalez. This recognition celebrates outstanding leadership, sustained commitment to student mentorship, and a true embodiment of what ACE stands for. Mr. Gonzalez, if you can make it to the front.
All right, congratulations, Mr. Rodriguez Gonzalez, excuse me. Hey, let's continue on. We've got 4 high schools left. We're going to finish strong. And next up is Highlands High School. Come on up, Highlands.
My name is Isabel Mendez. I'm with Highlands High School, and we are presenting a nuclear power net zero data center. These are my teammates, Sebastian, and my teammate, Pax. What is a net zero data center? A net zero data center is a facility that balances its energy consumed, that balances its energy consumed and carbon emissions with renewable power with generated and or carbon removal. A net zero data center is also is not only is better ecological with,
A net zero data center is a data center that specifically focuses on zero emissions to the local environment and ecological system. Not only is it towards plant life and wildlife, but it also focuses on not affecting local communities, for example, neighborhoods, which is a big issue with modern data centers right now. They take up a lot of water, they use up the electrical grid, and they cause a lot of light pollution. This is our site location. It's in Powell, Wyoming. It's about 15 acres. These are all sketches from project development over the last few months. This is our site plan. So those at the very front, at the very bottom, those sort of steps are terraces, which we took inspiration from rice fields. The reason for them are mostly aesthetics, but we thought about not only the aesthetics, but to bring in plants and sort of greens in each of those terraces, just to fill it up. It helps with aesthetics overall, but it makes the whole entire building just look better. Another specific thing I want to talk about is the SMR generator. Over there on the right is our main facility for the energy. All of our energy is made on site via the SMR generator. SMR generator is a small modular reactor. It is steam powered. It produces about 270 megawatts with the use of 4 modules, each being about 70 megawatts each. I mean, 3 modules, I'm sorry about that. On the right, on the left, we have our humanities area. This is where all the employees would be: lobby, command center, break room, bathroom, conference room. That is a much smaller area compared to the rest of the building. The rest of the building is, of course, 1,200 feet by 580 feet. It is large. Server modules. We took inspiration from this from a site we went to by Microsoft. It was a data center being developed. They had the idea of using modules. It's literally just copy and paste per room. We have the servers, we have the transformers. It's literally just copy and paste. If there's, for say, a fire, right, in one module, most places have sprinklers. You have sprinklers there, your equipment gets ruined, you have to replace everything. It's too costly and it's too risky for something like this, right? So with modules, you just close it off, you pump in CO2, it spreads throughout the room, and it diminishes that entire possible bad outcome. This is the SMR generator. We're specifically talking about the NuScale SMR generator. Pax will go ahead and talk about that.
Hello, my name is Pax. So for the servers that we are using the Lenovo Think systems, and they have 8 terabytes of system memory, and they have speeds of up to 4,800 megahertz per second. And of course, for our SMR generator, you know that it is a small modular reactor. And of course, with all 4 of them combined, we can produce over 250 megawatts of power. And of course, with the big problem with nuclear, it's the nuclear waste. With all 4 combined, we produce 6.9 metric tons of nuclear waste. But with nuclear reciprocation, we can recycle about 97% of that waste, which leaves about 0.2 metric tons or 440 pounds. Oh, that's backwards. Pardon. And then this is our initial cost estimate. It is about 7.4 million, and per square foot, it is about $9.8 per square foot. We got all of our cost estimates from the site plan, or the site that we visited for Microsoft, and then of course for the SMR generators. Unfortunately, they didn't have any, so we had to research the cost on our own. These are our sources. Thank you. Any questions?
All right. Good job, Highlands. Come on up. All right, let's turn it over to our panel for questions. David?
I'll start, and it'll be a question for Mike. Do you know where Powell, Wyoming is?
Yeah, they go to my home state. You know, there's a lot of open space in Wyoming, that's for sure, for a data center. So that was pretty cool. Pretty cool.
That's cool. And then next, I think I'm going to try to get one of these little nuclear reactors for my house now.
Yeah, the nuclear reactors. This is a very relevant topic. It's been a huge topic that you've seen in the press and everything else, city discussions about data centers. So let's go on, Thomas, questions.
Yeah, well, actually, one of those is my question. Wyoming. Why did you actually choose Wyoming? Was it cost? Was it efficiency? Was it climate? What was the driving factor there?
Open fields. I mean, when you're building a data center, you want to worry about temperature because it has servers. And Wyoming is open fields, most of it, right? So you want to stay away from cities. It was simple as that, just open fields away from cities.
Okay, actually, I have a second follow-up. Go ahead.
Pardon, I would also like to add on to that question. Wyoming is very cold, so we thought that we could reduce on the cooling costs by, I mean, of course, the very arid and temperate climate of Wyoming.
Okay, excellent. So second question is safeties. So with nuclear, with the carbon dioxide suppression system in there, what types of safeties do y'all consider?
So all of that, right, it's all modules. Those modules can be turned off like instantly. If there is any sort of buildup or any sort of, about to blow with the generator, you just turn it off. That's it. It's literally just shut off and it's over. That's a big portion of why we chose that, because a lot of like bad rep is with nuclear because Hiroshima, there's Chernobyl, it's got bad history. But there's been so much advancements in new technology that most of those problems are solved. The only thing left is for the public to go ahead and open their arms or open their eyes and try and welcome it. After all, right now we are in the increase of people and in a decline of space, especially with the amount of energy we need with that many people, right? Unfortunately, solar and traditional ways of energy are not going to be able to cover that. We need to open our eyes to new options or options that we left behind that could have had that potential.
All right. Let's give it up for Highlands. Good job. Right here. Good job. Yeah, good job. Yeah. Okay, next up, Kip Somos. Come on up, Kip.
Good evening, everyone. We're the Kip Somos Collegiate team. My name is María Carmisa Hernandez.
I'm Jesus Sanchez. I'm Ari Eingar.
And we'll be introducing our project, Innovación SA. So for our project overview, out of the projects we were offered, we decided to choose the Youth Tech Hub since we felt it would allow us to do the most good for students, specifically like for our community, specifically students. Our project, titled Innovación SA, consists of a CPS warehouse reimagined as a youth center equipped with a robotics room, an art studio, a flex lab, collaboration spaces, a library, cafe, and a balcony-style rooftop garden. When creating our project, our main goals were to provide a comfortable space for students to learn beyond school, centered around technology and creative pursuits, promote collaboration among the youth, regardless of their school, and to promote sustainability through the use of natural lighting and open spaces, as well as develop environmental awareness by incorporating a rooftop garden. The following photographs are an aerial view of the warehouse right here. This is the warehouse we were given to remodel, and as well as a site map and the location on the bigger map of San Antonio. So these other photographs show our development process. First up, we began by dividing ourselves into groups right here, each group designing a set of floor plans using bubble diagrams. And then we used a charrette procedure to find the pros and cons of each group's design, and ultimately chose the design that had a good flow, utilized space efficiently, and reflected our objectives. Once we had our designs, we continued to revise to ensure that there was no dead space and tested spatial relationships, and we also made a measured out model. Then After testing for spatial relationships between all inclusions, we completed our dimension drawings right here, our floor plans, and afterwards our mentor transferred it to CAD.
I'll just be focusing on the architectural portion of this. So our focus was to incorporate a Spanish architectural elements and reflect local history and culture about San Antonio. And that's why we included, on the left side, we included arches. So arches are notable features that create easy transitions between spaces and emphasize openness and inviting nature of the building. This is our first level floor plan. When we designed our first level floor plan, we had a mind of having a main activity and engagement area. So we put all of our robotics, our computer lab, a cafeteria, and a library on this level. This is mainly just to have a more collaboration spaces. Some resources that are needed here for the library, you can go there to study. And for our cafe, we have areas for refreshments. Our level 2 floor plan includes more of a relaxation and a collaboration and creativity area. So it includes a flex space, an art room, a rooftop garden, and additional collaboration spaces. We included a balcony-style rooftop garden to create an environmental consciousness that provides students with outdoor learning, as well as a relaxation space. As previously mentioned, we created a more private and easygoing environment compared to our first level, which is why we added the collaboration spaces and art room on the second floor, which allows for more focus and work without interruption.
All right, for the cost estimation of this project, so we first started off with measuring and calculating the square footage from each area, and then we researched for each price per square feet, which totaled out our cost estimation to $4.4 million. Then we have our Gantt chart. The Gantt chart shows that our estimated timeframe for this project would be about 12 to 14 months to complete. And now for our construction details. When designing the Youth Tech Innovation Hub, we wanted to include a combination of modern and traditional materials such as glass, steel, to create a more durable and functional design. Hold on. The structure is reinforced to support 2 floors and a rooftop garden terrace with the inclusion of a large skylight and multiple windows to provide natural lighting throughout the building. It includes essential systems such as the HVAC, electrical, plumbing, fire protection, along with the MDF and IDF rooms to improve communications and network systems. The design also includes a hybrid system that allows you to switch from electric and gas for better efficiency. In general, the project is designed to prioritize durability, safety, and long-term use while still maintaining a budget and a schedule that prioritize efficient renovation over a complete rebuild. For sustainability, when thinking about sustainability, we included a rooftop garden to promote environmental awareness by planting native decorative and edible plants in order to teach students about the local environment and nutrition, as well as to reduce the runoff and the contaminants that enter the river. The addition of natural lighting will help reduce electricity usage and lower energy consumption. Tree placed near the windows provides shade, which helps reduce the heat gain and keep the energy cooler. We also included green spaces to improve air quality and support the well-being of others using the space. The design focuses on energy efficiency while also acting as an educational resource for people about sustainable practices. Overall, this project has not only depended on our understanding of developing and producing a project, but also gave us an insight into true work of architects, engineers, and contractors, and allow us to reflect on our career paths. Through this project, we're able to learn how new skills such as problem solving, time management, and communication skills, which we can apply to real-world situations. Through research and analysis, we discovered that it is possible to provide students with comfortable learning environment beyond school.
During our presentation or our project, we encountered some personal challenges, such as difficulty making decisions when it came to creating our tech hub under a tight budget due to design and creative differences. When confronting these challenges, we discovered that despite setbacks, if we successfully navigate these obstacles, it is through collaboration and collaborating efficiently, not simply collaborating, but working together as a true team. We also learned that it is very important to persevere and keep moving forward despite any differences we might have. We also learned the benefits of being open-minded and understanding everybody's point of view, which could in turn enhance our future projects. Through this project, we also learned that the work with time constraints and the stress that came with finishing our project on time, since we were given a time constraint, we had to finish on time, and often we find ourselves stressing, but we were still able to complete it on time and together. And lastly, we want to thank our mentors and our teachers for being there with us, providing support and their guidance. Thank you very much also to the audience. Any questions?
All right. Great job, Kip Somos, great job. A lot of good comments at the end there as well. So let's turn it over to our panel. John?
Yeah, I really appreciate the thought that went in the presentation. I really appreciate you taking time at the end to share some of the things you learned, because that's one of the really important things out of this is the process and what you take away from it, right? One of those challenges I was curious about is the robotics lab was such a significant component of your first floor space, but it was also your most expensive space. It was $600 a square foot, right? So how did you find that balance of it being your most expensive space, but right sizing it for the facility? How did you work through that challenge?
I think that challenge really used like a lot of, I guess, collaboration, because at first, one of the ideas presented, as we like mentioned in the different designs, was having it extend to the second floor as well. But we didn't really like that idea specifically because it could cause like a lot of noise and distraction on the more like relaxed second floor. So I guess we decided to like make it more big and I guess sacrifice more cost for the comfort of the people on the second floor.
Good. David?
Sure. Great presentation. Good job. One thing I was wondering is if you took into consideration, since you're renovating an existing building, some of the demolition that you would have to do, interior materials that you might encounter, things like that. Older buildings can have lead paint, old piping, asbestos, those kinds of things too. So,
yeah, we did take that into consideration, which is why we tried to like go away from doing such drastic renovations and instead tried to like maintain the overall layout of the warehouse, because we didn't want to like spend too much money on demolition or rebuilding, because when we were thinking of a rooftop garden, we were thinking of, I guess, like taking off a portion of the roof and having like the garden there, but we thought that would just cost us demolition. So instead we decided to extend it onto a balcony in order to like save up those costs.
I like the rooftop garden. That's a good idea.
Yeah, good answer. Sarah, any questions about the architecture, comments?
Well, I was going to commend you. You didn't list it on your sustainability slide, but the most sustainable thing you can do is, renovate an existing building. So kudos for thinking of that. And what would you see as the biggest challenges besides kind of this idea of demolition? But what else would you see as the challenges of renovating that building? Easy peasy.
Honestly, I think that the biggest challenge isn't like building itself, but it's actually coming up with the concept of what we're going to build, because that's the part we struggled the most on. Because when we were like designing, we were always arguing like, no, we want our building to be the one that's built. We want ours. So I think that was probably the biggest like setback and issue with our group, was coming together and choosing the best parts of each, because we all wanted to be like the main event and the star. So I think that would be our biggest issue.
Yeah, you mentioned collaboration and perseverance. They go together, and so great job. Kip Somos, good job. Way to go. Good job. All right, next up, Roosevelt High School. Roosevelt, come on up. Yeah.
Hello, good evening. My name is Kaylee Philberg, and today I will be showing you our renovation of the Magic Theater on behalf of the Roosevelt High School. So first, I will be talking about our site visit and also the history. So our site visit, we found it was kind of insane how they were able to be like just move around in there. Honestly, it was kind of sad, honestly. But that's why we're here. We're here to help. So it was It was built in 1894 by Albert Beckman. And unfortunately, there was a fire and most of the theater burned down on Halloween night in 1913. But it got reconstructed in a year due to the amazing community around it. And so now I will talk about the involvement with the community that it has. So with the theater, it is very much so kids-based. So kids can go there and obviously watch performances just for fun, or they can see and expand their knowledge of what they want to do in the future. It's just like learning about more of the arts. So our purpose for this renovation is to mainly get more accessibility for the actual building, and to make it more pleasing to the eye instead of the tacky 1900s carpets and murals, and to help with the storage and the acoustics and just overall just help the flow of the building. I will now be passing on to the pricing with Richard.
So for this project, what we did was we took the square footage from the 3 floors, the basement, level 1 and level 2, and used the RS Means 2013 cost estimation for renovation book. And it is from 2013, but we did allocate for inflation. We multiplied all of our numbers by 1.65, or for 65%, to allocate for the inflation from 13 years ago. And what we came up with was that basement was going to be 1 million for 3,440 square feet. Then level 2 around the same cost, and then of course level 1, which had the most usage of square footage with the seating and the stage and the whole lobby area, which being the most with costing 3.2 million. There was also some other things with the project that we wanted to add, such as elevators to make it more convenient when moving around props, costumes, and other convenient things that theaters should have that this theater did not have at the time of that when we looked at it. So adding 2 elevators with each costing $350,000, so with a total of $700,000, and then allocating for a cost of $450,000 for the exterior and facade improvements to make the building a little more visible. And the structural mod in the basement, because in the basement they had just a huge column in what was supposed to be a rehearsal area. So we wanted to get rid of the huge column and put 2 columns on the side and a beam going across to then make it a better performance area or rehearsal area for the performers. This is our project timeline. We broke it down into 4 phases, with phase 1 having design and development goals for the owner goals, permit drawings, and concept design. For phase 2, we're doing the contractor bidding, final contract execution, and material procurement. And then phase 3, construction, was the demo, which is a big part of this project because it's a renovation, the MEP, interior and finishes, and then our closeout phase, which is our final inspection, our punch list, our owner training, and final clean. And now I'll pass it on to Cole for our exterior.
My name is Cole Royston. I will be doing the exterior. We're going to start off with the site. For the site plan, we really wanted to get more foot traction towards the theater itself. We thought it'd be a great idea to use the surrounding park and use the sidewalks to direct more people towards the theater. We're going to move on to the main entrance of the theater now. The first thing we noticed about the main entrance was there was no ramp for accessibility to the main entrance. And we also didn't really like how the 4-door entrance looked, so we really wanted to change that up and overall spruce up the front entrance. So as you can see here, we changed up the ramp, and we really wanted to use the extra space we had on the side of the ramp to advertise the theater more. And with the change to the doors, we really wanted to add a poster that would show the current plays and the upcoming plays for advertisement. I'm going to move it on to Aaron, who is going to go more into the building.
So the building is made into 3 floors, the basement, first floor, and second floor. So I'm going to start off with the basement here. So this is the old basement, as you can see here. So first thing was the accessibility was being awful. So, not accessible to anyone, go down, come up, and move things around. So first thing we did was here, as you can see with this wall, we made it flat here. And we changed that out. We changed that MEP area to MEP stuff and storage. We added more storage, new rooms there, and an elevator down here. I'll go more into elevators in the next story as we added 2 and why we added them. But now, as you can see here in this big space here, they have a huge space for rehearsal, as it is very important for these performers to be able to rehearse and have that time to practice on stage. Here is that rehearsal room now rendering. So we used Revit and Twinmotion to plan the floor plans and then render how they would look out. So now we have new lighting, big mirrors, and huge flooring now because they just had a concrete slab that was awful for the rehearsal stage for their feet and ankles as it was just stuck there. On to level 1. Accessibility was the biggest part, the efficiency and lack of space. So what we changed here was made everything more accessible, adding 2 elevators to be able to go to the basement and first floor, as they were able to move around props and costumes instead of having to go to the outside as in the past. They would have to go outside, take a staircase to go to the second floor, and then go back inside, come back out carrying 50 pounds worth of stuff. Just not what we wanted them to have to do. Next up, we changed ticket booth and then the scene shop, as he used to just have a corner in the stage that we wanted to have, and we wanted to give him more space so he could be able to make these props and not disturb the rehearsal spacing. Next up, we changed the dressing rooms and we added more space by extending a wall out for the offices and conference rooms down here. So we were able to extend the wall to an existing wall line and then give them 2 more offices and a bigger conference room, so they were able to practice around there. And then we added more accessibility for wheelchair users and people who aren't able to walk freely. So that was easier for them to have more space and accessibility. And here are some of the pictures for that. We added warm lighting, new colors, seat layout, as you can see here with the accessibility, changing the seats as they were old and not too good, changed concession stand, and new offices. On for level 2. For level 2, we changed accessibility and the use of space. So there's use of space being awful for the storage and having to come up and down. So that's why we added that elevator there. And here's the new plan, as we already added the costume shop, elevators, storage for them to be able to fit everything and be able to do it real easily. And now I'll leave it off to Kaylee for the interior.
So for the interior, we wanted to base our color scheme more on the actual logo. So all the teals, purples, oranges, and yellows. And as you can see here, we wanted to use the teal, orange, and black as a accent color while having a variety of purples, with purple being their main color. As you can see from the past renderings, that their curtain was purple. So we wanted to include a lot of purple. And also keeping the lights still dynamic and fun, because it is a kids' theater. We wanted to not make it super just beige, white, gray, blacks. We wanted to make it very colorful. And so the pendants also really help with that, especially if they're in the lobby. For the flooring, it's actually kind of a special flooring. So it has the appearance of wood, but it's actually a rubber material. So as we know, kids are clumsy. So for if they end up falling or if there's a big mess, it's easy to clean and also looks very pleasing to the eye. For the posters, we wanted to add accent lights and actual poster frames along the walls to make sure that people know what plays are coming up, what plays have happened, what plays are happening. And yeah, for this project though, it was very difficult due to it just being a renovation. So we had to work on a already made floor plan that, again, was not the best floor plan, but it was also hard because of the communication. With everyone being in their own group, it was hard to line everything up. And yeah, the site visit was also very helpful for that as well, though. And I'd like to thank our mentors and also Ms. Philbrick for having all of this happen. And yeah, thank you.
All right. Great job, Roosevelt. Great job, Roosevelt. Let's turn it over to our panel. Questions? Mike?
First of all, thank you. Really great presentation, excellent project. this project is actually happening. I don't know if you knew this, right? We are actually renovating the Magic Theater right now. So I wish we had some of your ideas about a year ago, because we might have used some of it. But the two questions I have are specifically related to when you were doing your cost estimate. Did you increase the contingency portion at all, because you're working on a historic adaptive rehab? So was there any discussion about your contingency in the budget for really the unknowns? Was that discussed?
Yeah, so we did discuss somewhat in the beginning with the contingency of this being a historic building and this being also a renovation, and us having to be careful of what we're actually getting rid of, demoing. So we did get a 10% contingency. But we did talk about like how this renovation was going to cost more because it is historic, and it's in that it's a cramped space where we're working as well.
And then second, I'll just follow up and thank you. It being historic, did those designs consider going through like the Historic Design Review Commission? Any discussion on that? You're changing the front door, for example, the look of the front door.
Yeah.
Some people will like that, right? It looked really pretty to me, but I'm not on the Historic Design Commission. So just something to consider in that timeline when you're working on a historic building, but overall, really good. Thank you.
Yeah, good point. Good point, Mike. Other questions?
I have one thing to add on to that.
Yeah.
So for the historic part of it, we wanted to salvage as much as we could. But because of how outdated it was, we just said, if we can renovate it, let's make it look. So with the mural that they have, we decided to renovate it and add portions that they had in the past, but modernizing it so they can continue to grow and expand on it.
To add on that, the owners of the Magic Theater did say that they did not really like the mural how it is now. But knowing that it still is a kids' theater, we didn't want to just have another plain wall. And it's also curved, so you can't really put anything on that wall. So again, we modernized the mural. But yeah.
Good. Other questions? David?
Yes, a fellow Roosevelt Rough Rider here, so good job.
Ooh, there you go.
My favorite presentation, right?
Class of 2020, wasn't it, David? Yeah. Go ahead.
No, really a lot of great thought put into this project, this presentation. Thinking about reusing space and taking a large column out and replacing it with two columns with a beam. Just, really creative. Thank you.
I just had one really quick comment I wanted to share. I really appreciated how much thought you put into how they use their space. It was very clear that you spent a lot of time with the client and you understood how they use their space. And that's such an important thing to do when you're designing a space, is really understand how they're going to use it and then adapt to that versus just designing something and say, now go figure out how to use it, right? So I really appreciate that. Thank you for putting the thought into that.
All right, let's give it up to Roosevelt. Great job, everybody. Good job. Okay. Last but certainly not least, CCA Warren. Come on up. After this presentation, we got a special announcement. And then we'll be done. But stick around for that special announcement at the end.
All right. Hey, y'all. We are Construction Careers Academy, and we are excited to share with you our project, the Bluebonnet Animal Rescue. Right. Here's a preview of our main building's exterior, where you'll also notice the details of our site location. Next, we have a preview of the courtyard space designed for taking the dogs out on walks. Our objective in designing this shelter was to effectively support the needs of shelter animals and the community alike. That being said, my name is Adriana Cribb, and I will be representing our architecture and landscape teams tonight. We noticed a stray dog problem specifically concentrated in the 410 and 35 intersection on the east side of San Antonio. Stray dog attacks on locals have spiked recently, but our shelter has more than the facilities necessary to alleviate this problem. We initially started out with a 21-acre lot, greatly overestimating the amount of space that we would need. After a few headaches from our drawings not quite lining up with the plot, we narrowed it down to a 4-acre campus layout that fits together like a puzzle. The total square footage of our building spans 22,974 square feet, with our biggest being our medical building at 6,486 square feet. Building A is our main office building and guest entry center, with facilities for guests and employees to be directed to their destination. Building B is our education center for schools to take field trips and learn more about the inner workings of the shelter. Building C is the puppy kennels, offering its own wing of visitation rooms. Building D is the cat kennels with sunrooms for them to lie out in. Building E is the adult dog kennels, allowing a healthy separation from the high energy of the puppies. And finally, Building F is our main medical building with a variety of facilities, including isolation centers and grooming spaces. We went for funky, modern shapes and textures to complement the essence of the design philosophy that we followed for this project, which our interior design team will go into more depth later. And unfortunately, our landscape team could not come up and speak tonight, but they did a great job, so I want to recognize their efforts. They planned and calculated a planning schedule, researched Texas-issued codes, and researched efficient and approved ground covers, shrubs, and trees for the area. Shrubs such as the twist leaf yucca were chosen due to being native to the Texas landscape, while trees like the live oak were chosen due to their amount of shade. 25% of the property must be covered by tree canopy per Texas codes, so the amount of trees in this project reflect this number. You'll see here our landscape plan, including our planning schedule, final 2D render, and tree schedule. So overall, we determined and analyzed the best site, created a functional design, and cooperated with other teams to create our final product. Thank you for your time. Next, please welcome our interior design team.
Good evening. My name is Darius Hasso, and I'll be speaking on behalf of our interior design team. Our goal is to create a space that is not only functional, but also calming and supportive for both our animals and staff. With this in mind, we chose a modern biophilic design to bring nature into our space, but also help reduce stress. We opted to use the colors that many animals can see, such as blues, yellows, and greens, to make a more comfortable and accessible environment for all. A big part of our design was to incorporate natural lighting and organic materials, producing a natural design. On the interior, we used soft fabrics and lighter wood tones that are easy to clean, while on the exterior, we used stone, concrete, and grass to incorporate all of the biophilic design and with the surroundings behind us. We ensured that the interior and exterior design stayed cohesive throughout the project with the assistance of the architecture and construction management teams to have our overall theme and stay within our budget and design. Thank you, and I will pass it on to our civil design team.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Tyler Drum. I will be representing our civil and structural engineering analysis for this project. To start, we'll look at the official site plot with key information and ID numbers to the left as you see. This information is important because it displays not only what we can build on the site, but also how we can develop on the site. This is a floodplain. As you can see, we ensured that the building placement avoids no flood zones. And as you can see, we're clearly away from any harm. Next, we will focus on design codes and structural requirements that guided this project. For this project, we specifically looked at 3 important resources, that being the international book, the steel construction manual, and the minimum design loads for building and other structures. These resources are essential because they define how structures are created, how loads are calculated, and how steel members are not only sized, but also constrained. In terms of load types, we analyzed several forces acting on the structure. Dead loads, which are permanent structural elements, live loads like people and furniture, and lateral loads such as wind. For example, we use about 80 PSF for foundation design and 20 PSF for the roof, which are realistic assumption for this type of structure. Finally, we developed our structural plan, including roof framing and foundation system. The design used steel wide beams and grouters along the HSS steel columns and bracket frames, which provide both strength and lateral stability. For the roof, we selected a metal deck, which is effective and commonly used for industrial buildings. For the foundation, we included concrete beams, slabs, and drilled shafts in each column, ensuring the load are properly transferred into the ground. To wrap it up, there are a few key takeaways we'd like you guys to know. First, we successfully determined and applied the correct design codes. Secondly, we developed a clear understanding of how each load impacts our structure. And lastly, we balanced both design and construction between our fellow teams. At this time, I'd now like to pass the presentation over to MEP.
Good evening. My name is Isaiah Salinas, and I'll be presenting for the MEP team. We went through various intricate steps when designing the systems placed within the Bluebonnet Animal Shelter and Rescue. And the first of those steps was the plumbing plan. From here, we first calculated how much total water each building would take per day. And from there, we decided it would be yet best to use a 3-inch service line that we connected from the street into the building. And for our restrooms, we decided to use low-flow, high-efficiency water fixtures, such as our water closets and our lavatories. The second major step was the electrical demand and distribution and how we would calculate that. So from there, we first calculated how much total electricity every building would need. And from there, we decided that it would be best to use underground pad-mounted electrical transformers in order to avoid showing too much mechanical work within the populated areas that people would be within. The final major step was the HVAC system. And we first determined the amount of coolant that would be needed and how to distribute it. We ended up finding that 35 to 40 tons would be needed per building. From there, we determined the distribution system, and we decided to use an external condensing unit for the main building and then switch to rooftop units for the rest of them to avoid mechanical work being shown. And from there, we decided to separate these rooftop units into 2 distinct zones for ease of control and access alongside widening our total distribution zone. For the duration of this project, we learned of things such as how key each member was and the other teams, alongside the safety of the animals and the handlers and how important it was to relay that information from team to team. I will now pass it on to construction management.
What's up, everyone? My name is Weston Dang, and I'll be speaking on behalf of construction management. We were tasked with drafting a site logistics plan as well as scheduling and budgeting our construction process. Shown here above is our site logistics plan. After creating some initial drafts emphasizing safety and workflow, we imported the plan into Bluebeam, turning our crude hand sketches into a finalized construction document. After completing our site logistics plan, we broke it into 2 groups, tackling on the budgeting and scheduling simultaneously. The goal of this was to mirror the kind of delegation you'll see in real-life construction. The project is being delivered using a construction manager at-risk delivery method. With that in mind, the scheduling group used the Gantt chart to illustrate the sequencing of tasks that you might see in a process, from pre-construction all the way to closeout. The budget group gathered material costs and counts from other teams, referring to programs like AutoCAD and Revit. The guaranteed maximum price reflects a 24-month construction duration, including early site and infrastructure activities, as well as specialty shelter requirements. The total GMP is approximately $24.5 million. This budget fully accounts for site conditions, utility tie-ins, specialty kennel equipment, and prevailing construction market conditions here in San Antonio. During this project, we definitely learned the values of communication, not only within our own team, but amongst other teams as well. Overall, we learned the values of strong planning and effective team coordination, as well as just being together. It's necessary in delivering a construction work well within time and under budget. We'd like to take a moment to thank our mentors and our champion. They're very helpful in educating us throughout this construction process. Without them, we wouldn't have been able to do any of this. We were able to pour our passion and creativity in crafting a state-of-the-art facility that not only meets the needs of the community, but also sets a new standard of excellence among the public service installation industry. Thank you all for your moment of your time.
All right. Come on over. All right. Good job, CCA Warren. Great job. You know, you have a former animal care services director over here. So they're going to see what Mike Shannon has to say about this.
Yeah, no, I would just jump in. I love it. It was really, it's a beautiful facility. You really hit all the main points needed for an ACS type campus. I'll throw you one question though. In terms of the MEP systems, did you have any conversations of, the daily cleaning needs in the kennel buildings and even the medical buildings? It's a constant cleaning of certainly the animals, making it safe for them to be in there for long periods of time. Did you have any conversations with that?
Yes, we did have several conversations about that, such as where we would have to put things like hoses for cleaning down dog kennels, for things such as urine or feces, things of that nature, yes.
I think a key is, it's like a hospital system. You got to have the air handling's got to be many times a certain hour. Thomas, I don't know what the details of that is, but I know it's got to be very clean environment, make sure there's no disease and so forth going on.
And as for what he said with exhaust systems, we did have specialized exhaust systems for our animal kennels and areas such as that.
That's great. Other questions of the panel?
I was going to add on really to what Mike was saying, the maintenance on that, the cleaning of filters, the amount of how often you have to change those comes into play significantly. So they need to be readily accessible, that kind of stuff. I did want to point out how I really like the way y'all put thought into not seeing overhead power lines come in. So you thought about going underground, how to locate the HVAC system to be out of sight, out of mind. So I thought y'all put a lot of thought into that. I appreciate that.
Thank you so much, sir.
John,
Last thing I was going to comment on was I really liked the thought that went into the site logistics plan. It was a much more detailed version, and it really showed thought. Like you had muster points. Like it was very real to what a real site logistics plan looks like. So, can you talk about a little bit through the thought process of how you put that together?
So our main thought process was safety, not only for our workers, but for the public as well. We wanted to place everything in an area that was most convenient, emphasizing safety and workflow, of course, and having considered traffic and like maybe someone who like wants to get on site, you know? So yeah.
That's great. That's great. All right. Thanks for bringing us home. CCA Warren, great job. All right. Hey, a couple of quick things. We have a final announcement that I'll get to in just a minute. But, you know, it seemed like it was just a few months ago. We were just getting started this year. Now we're wrapping it up. But it's a special thanks to all the parents, all the school champions and teachers, all the students, the mentors that have been involved throughout this last 5 months. It's a big deal. There's a lot of things that you as students could be involved in and are in that are extracurricular. And we thank you for making ACE part of it, because, you know, this is the 20th year of ACE in San Antonio. And there are so many, you know, former ACE high schoolers that are now in the profession. They're engineers, they're architects, they're construction managers, interior decorators, designers. They're, you know, all throughout San Antonio and beyond. And so, you know, it's a great track record. You know, and 50% of our ACE students are young ladies. Let's hear it for the young ladies. Yeah. Another great thing, 90% of our participants are minority students, which is awesome. Many students are first generation going to college. And I will tell you, and we were talking with the panelists, what you all know as students is 1, 2, 3 years ahead of your colleagues when you go to college. So it's a big deal. So thanks for being part of it. Thanks for everybody being part of it. So we want to announce, you know, with this 20-year anniversary, we have our annual banquet coming up. And in your program, there's a link to that. You can find out more about it. But at the annual banquet, it's a dress-up thing. We celebrate the year, and we give out college scholarships and other awards. And it's really a big deal. So that's coming up. I think we got a slide for that. Mary? Slide for the annual banquet. Been looking at me the whole time? I mean, jeez. That's enough of that. Enough of that. So yeah, May 13th coming up. Take a look in your program. You'll see information there. Companies can still sponsor that and so forth. But again, thank you for being here tonight. Thank you for being part of ACE. And thank you to our panelists for being here as well. So on behalf of Mary Stewart, our board chair, and our board, that's it for tonight. Be safe out there, and thank you for being part of ACE. Appreciate you. You have helpers to pick up?
I think so.
I hope so.